amazing. Even from work I seem to catch the start.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho?
How about now? There we go. Jesus. Okay, there we go. So firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, Bacon, thank you for the bits. I was just having a quick chortle, saying like it's lovely that you're here, but are you here because they still haven't sent you a work laptop? Because that makes me laugh. Yeah, Watto and welcome one and all. Mega Boss, Dalzit, thank you for 20 months. Sorry, stifling. There we go, stifling the T-burps. No, seriously, Dalzit, thank you. So who's in? So Mega Boss and Wolfgrad and Bacon, Vanderbeest, Head of House Order. Star, good morning. Well, afternoon. Time travel. Keldra, lovely to see you. How are you all doing? I was apologising for just being late this morning. I needed more time to get up to speed today. So how are you all doing? I was saying that I'm also going to try testing the waters today by putting out a tweet and a couple of like little social media posts, because there's a lot of little games industry things that I'd love to chat with you all about. And a friend of mine said something very kind to me before all the drama popped off, which is that I do know my stuff when it comes to talking about the industry, and I should be a bit more... I should take ownership of that a little bit more. And I was watching a bunch of Sea of Thieves YouTube videos this morning because there's been some visual updates and there's some cool like Halo crossover armor and stuff, and it looks real cool. But I tell you, every person that I watched about the new content and things spent 50% of their video complaining about Sea of Thieves, and I was like, you put your heart and soul into this game, in so much as it's either your job or your second job, just to report and be in that space. Why are you so bloody miserable about it? And also people trying to guess what is happening on the development side from what they're seeing externally. God, the cringe is real. The cringe is real. And like, no hate to them. It's not a user's fault they don't understand how video games are made. But yeah, I'm trying to take my friend's advice and be more owning of my industry knowledge. At least for as long as it's still relevant and valuable, you know? There will reach a point where the industry has moved past my knowledge base. So, yeah. Anyway, sorry, how are you all doing? Hello! Me having a little natter at you. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Vanderbeest, the Yaldum's still yours. Like, how you doing? Oh, well, Bacon, I'm glad it's going well. Glad it's going well. Oh, Keldra, rain and grey skies, sign me up. We're in second winter now, but today's nice and clear. You can see the fucking mountains from like there. It's fascinating. Oh no, Gundam down! Gundam down! Of course, Murica Gundam takes a nosedive for no reason. And Fred, how are you doing? Watto and welcome, friend. We had one sunset the other day that was fascinating, where the cloud cover had gotten so low, and we had this like mountain jutting up out of it that it kind of looked like the Sea of Thieves horizon. In case you couldn't tell, I fucking love Sea of Thieves. The Fanatic. Your username is like dyslexic kryptonite. Good evening, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. The power travels by brain. I must rule. Vanderbeest. Well, I mean, Moose, that's the thing. I did get hit up for some for some moonlighting work by an industry friendo. So will I end up on a games team before my knowledge becomes completely removed? I mean, the ideal situation is that I would work on a project where I can also talk to you all like this. So where either I'm able to do the front-facing parts of my job at the same time as hanging out with you lot, or it's something that isn't a full-time commitment. But again, I'm fucking jammy lucky. Like, I have a recognized career in games. I have managed to keep up to date in like my industry knowledge, and you lot keep me alive, so I don't have to just grab the first project to feed my little family, you know? And that's a really lucky place to be, you know? I'm not saying I didn't fucking work for it, you know? Every time I talk about being lucky, I then have these like wild flashbacks to sitting outside the security doors at midnight at CA, because before they fixed a bunch of stuff, it used to be that you'd beep in the mornings, so your pass was also your key to get in the office, but it would track your attendance, essentially. Actually, attendance isn't the right word, that's what you do at school. It would track like when you got into work, when you got out of work, but the system had a flaw, which is that it couldn't comprehend the idea that someone would be in the office past midnight. So if you didn't beep out and then beep back in again between like, 11 and then like 12:01, it would fuck the system. So it would then show you as being semi-absent for days, because at that point it doesn't track you being in, it only tracks you leaving. So as far as the system's concerned, somehow you just fucking ninja jitsu'd your way to work and then walked out. It was fucking great. And like, I would never recommend any of you work yourself like I did, but it's what I chose to do, and now I'm sitting here. It's a complicated topic. Oh, Angel Cleaner, you actually didn't miss the beginning of stream. We literally just started, so you're all good. So Megaboss, which variant of Vampire the Masquerade? Because I'm so out of touch with like which edition is which. Because I played the classic green cover with the red rose on, but I also played a fair wedge of the version after that, where World of Darkness was a cool core rulebook, and then each of the different creatures was a big old module add-on. And Jackie, how are you doing? Rishinobi, lovely to see you. Sorry, as you all know, I fucking love TikTok, and I found, what was it? Midwest Mum of the Leaf Hidden Village, and it is, sometimes, because of the sheer contextless speed at which quick form video is thrown at you, sometimes people can present you with a concept before you've had the chance to understand it, essentially giving short form video more of a chance to tell actual jokes. And one of them was, what if the mums of the Leaf...
Is Bloodlines 2 out yet?
No. Also, Jackie, it's fucking wild. We've had no announcements or trailers or anything. Hardsuit Labs is still going. Like, the team who were making it. We still don't know who's the new people. Like... So... But also, sorry, Jackie, like, seriously, thank you for the donation, alright? Like, I'm gonna try not to get feelsy today, and we're gonna be playing a weird indie, like, Disco Elysium LANDAN edition type game with turn-based stealing. It's gonna be great. Wow, that was a run-on sentence and a half. Where was I? So jumping back in. Oh, Moose is on their PlayFrame-induced desire to build a classic pixel art style RPG. I mean, Moose, if you want to scope it out, we can. Do you already know what engine you want to work with? Because I forget your level of programming knowledge. I know we talked about this, but also I sleep poorly and drink too much. So, some knowledge is very water off a duck's back. So Rishinobi, we don't know. Oh, okay. I mean, I should say that I don't have friends close enough to the situation to have any like true insight into it, but Bloodlines 2 got taken away from its original developer by the publisher, and the publisher says that someone's working on it, but we've had no announcement since then and no setups. So 50p in a bag of skips right now says that it's just languishing in not production hell, and that sadly we probably won't see Bloodlines 2. But the fact that like a publisher taking a project away from a studio is fucking wild. Like, something had to have gone down. And it's well known in the industry that Paradox are very, very smart business people. That does mean that don't fuck around with Paradox. If you say you're going to make a milestone, you make that milestone. They will, I mean, and as we've seen, they will take a project away from you. So Moose was saying, Unreal's my usual go-to these days, but they're more best tool on the job. So could do Unity. I mean, Unity pixel art games are a staple, so a lot of people have solved the problems for you. Godot is good, and Godot does also have kind of like a cottage industry around it, in that people who support the engine will support the games, which is kind of cute. New Game Maker Studios, not a terrible idea, but I can't remember if they changed it to like a monthly subscription for the engine. I'd have to look into that one. I guess here's the thing, Moods. Could we emulate the feel of what you want to create in Unreal as quickly as it would take you to onboard to Unity or Godot? That's the question. And that means, friends, so this thing that we're talking about it's a discussion that, you know, people have at the beginning of projects whenever you're making a game. Like, we want to do this cool new thing. What's the likelihood of speeding up to it? Oh, an angel? Good on you. I'm spoiled for choice for food today, friends. I got 3 different sets of leftovers that are all brilliant. Ryan, Watto, and welcome. We're talking video games, a general banter. How are you? Jumping back. On the Vampire the Masquerade front, I was in love with the concept of OG World of Darkness being something where you started as a person and then had your full journey and full transformation. And I did prefer, mechanically, the idea that the different rule sets interlocked. So, OG Vampire the Masquerade, as an example, so you would have your players vampires, and you have your specific rules. You can fight against werewolves, but those are not the same rules as playing against a player character from Werewolf, the Repuntioning, or whatever it was called, the Changing. Then when they did the kind of the World of Darkness's core book, where it's basically just the World of Darkness core book is being a person in this terrible place. Werewolf the Apocalypse, thank you, Fred, because it was. Ryan's chilling. As I said, yeah, we're just nattering games industry and a little bit of Vampire the Masquerade stuff. The ketamine werewolves return. They're just very sleepy. What was interesting about that reworking, where the core rulebook was just people in the world, is that the rules for vampires and the rules for werewolves could interact with each other. Rather than them being 2 separate universes where the rules were flipped. So there were vampires in Werewolf the Apocalypse, and there were werewolves in Vampire the Masquerade, but they were NPCs, and that's how they were put together. Because let me tell you, feckin' werewolves were unkillable back then. Oh yeah, and not only just those, like Mage and Changeling and Hunter as well. Yeah, Hunter was an interesting one, because that probably took the most, I wouldn't say liberties, but the most drastic changes on the world, because you're always perceiving the creatures of the World of Darkness as, well, monsters. I've actually got a copy of Hunter behind me. At some point I need to find good homes for the books we rescued, but that's another challenge. Oh, Evil Geek, Watto, and welcome. But I did find that despite the conceptual idea of having all these different systems locking in, it was very rarely interesting or fun. What it could be was if you wanted to throw convention to the wind, you could have a team where you had a vampire, a werewolf, whoever else together in this kind of like crossover style setup, and that did lead to some really fun concepts. But that was also kind of counter to what that version of World of Darkness was putting forward. So if there's been another version of it since then, it's flown past me. And Asari, Watto, and welcome. Red Burning Dragon, that may be something that you need to take up with your psyche there. Okay, Star, that just sounds fucking cool. Star was saying that back in 2002, they played a summer camp LARP game where they were werewolves by day and vamps at night, and the actions affected each other's games. Love it. What got me into tabletop proper was vamp, so... You know, we used to go, I think it was like every Thursday, to this little, like, tiny little community centre in the arse end of nowhere and have a bloody good time of it. It was a rented summer camp, not a summer camp activity. Okay, thank you. I don't know summer camps. We don't have those. Or if they are that thing in the UK, I didn't fucking go to them. Shinobi still needs a copy of Hunter the Reckoning. Well, if you want one that's mildly water damaged and now smells like coffee, I'm sure we can work something out. But no, Star, that sounds fucking great. Summer camp by night. Shit, that's good! Ah. Another thing that's been lovely is finding out, like, the arc of Brendan Lee Mulligan since OG College Humor to now. Like, I was aware he'd done D&D stuff, but the breadth and depth of his works has been fascinating to find out about. And I know that seems like a very basic bitch thing to say. As I've said, I keep up on video games. When it comes to tabletop stuff, I don't know my arse from my elbow. No, I haven't seen his new project. I've been drooling over some of the sets that he's had for some of his previous works. And now that the world's starting to get a little bit back to state, I'm like... You know, we haven't returned to Memnol in far too long, and there's definitely been some cool things schemed and planned in the background. Yep, Worlds Beyond Number. It's out. Oh, wait, no, is it out or has it been kickstarted? Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of the Stars Without Numbers set. So this is Worlds Beyond Numbers. That's going to get confusing, but okay. But no, this looks feckin' cool. I'll have to have a look at it. Live for everyone in March. Lovely. Oh, sorry, and Underwater. I do apologise, I didn't say a proper hello when you came in. I guess I was mid, like... Yeah, Moose, I did exactly the same thing. I mixed that up with Worlds Without Number, which is one of the follow-ups to Stars Without Number, which is a system we played way, way back. Ozymandias, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Hindle, lovely to see you. Watto, and welcome. So whilst we're just hanging out and having a natter, so this is the game I've got set up for us today. It's called Sunday Gold. It's dystopian London. We are going to play a group of heister criminals. I love the art style. I love its whole look and aesthetic, and I love the fact that it is turn-based, not just in combat, but in action. So, like, the heist is a turn-based maneuver. Who does, yeah, Jetman J, who doesn't love a good heist? Also, good afternoon to you. The chaos of yesterday evening was bloody brilliant. But yeah, I find all this stuff kind of fascinating. So games industry-wise, I guess we'll do like the quick hot sheets. So there's new content for Get in the Car Loser, which is a game that we stand in this house. If you haven't seen Get in the Car Loser, the core game is free, and the expansions to the story have been released as DLCs. It's great, it's here, it's queer, go play it. I didn't feel the need to continue the rhyme. Telltale has finished raising $8 million, which will be invested into their new round of games. I'm a little bit worried, because their new games are... Oh.
Not the yarn today. The Right Honourable, the Lord Mayor of London. Not maybe it's stupid.
Duke Ehrman II takes the throne from Head of House Orders Vanderbeest. I don't know, Ehrman, I think that's got a good ring to it. I don't know, something about describing somebody as the Right Honourable. I think it's just growing up in the UK, it makes me want to punch them in the gob. I'm not quite sure whether I'm punching the person who's saying it, or the person who's the... the Right Honourable is frequently used in the House of Commons when referring to other individuals. It's very rarely actually a polite honorific. Also, Ehrman, thank you kindly for the bits. Like, I cannot say thank you enough. ¿Por qué no los dos? I mean, yeah, Ket, it can be both. And Ket, how are you doing, friend? I've been a bit of a disaster lately, but I was reading up on your stuff, Ket, and yeah, I will have positive thoughts. Now, so sorry, I don't know if this game has Soho in it. I don't know if Covent Garden's in it, and if it's missing, it's going to rub me up the wrong way. But we'll find out. Yeah, Ket, just let me know when you're ready to start, like, announcing and inviting people, because I think there are quite a few people who would be very interested in that. But jumping back. So Telltale's raised $8 million, which isn't a lot in AAA space, but it's a fuckload of money in the indie space. However, okay, so you all know the history of Telltale. Small team, did licensed work, got successful, continued to do licensed work with bigger and bigger licenses, but sold fewer and fewer games, eventually reaching the point where they just weren't able to cover the costs, and Telltale shuttered. I love the Telltale style of games. I think it's a really interesting way of telling a story that feels involved whilst also is very controlled. And Tales in the Borderlands is one of the great games of our generation. However, I've always been critical of their business practices and their hyper-focus on licensed properties. Because, as you know, if you make a game based on Batman, you have to pay the bat. And if the game doesn't sell, you still have to pay the bat. So the break-even is higher and the profits are smaller. So they've announced they made $8 million. Hooray! They're using it on 2 more licensed products. Ooh. But there is a third unannounced, so hopefully they're considering making some original fucking properties. But yeah, basically they have The Expanse and The Wolf Among Us 2 as their next 2 titles. Now, Telltale, by my understanding, is owned by Skybound Entertainment. Skybound Entertainment is the rights holder to The Walking Dead. And I don't just mean like the comic or the TV show, the whole fucking thing. So they're not short of cash. But like, I'm excited for the Expanse game. It is going to be a prequel to parts of the series, with the main focal point being around Kamina Drummer, Belter Loader. If you can't tell my feelings on this, then we don't know each other very well. And if you are in this chat, like, chances are you'd fall into the Belter camp when it comes to the Expanse. You know what I'm saying? We aren't the rich and the powerful. We are the bolt it together and make it fucking work squad. But also, polycules running ships. Who doesn't want to fucking see more of that in the future? Jetman J, The Expanse is genuinely brilliant. The one thing that I will always highlight when recommending The Expanse to people is that it is as heavy science as you can get, and yet it's never patronizing, it's never obnoxious. It never feels like you're being talked down to by the show, and you're given enough context to understand the importance. And I really appreciate that. Yeah, you can't afford bolts. We got duct tape. Let's do it. Built a loader! I've seriously considered an OPA tattoo multiple times, but I'm worried that it so authentically looks like a rebel group logo that I might have to explain it in airports, and I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to get beaten with a stick. It's like, no, I just love sci-fi. There is an Expanse tabletop RPG. A very good friend of mine's been doing a long-running campaign on there. It's feckin' rad. Kitish, yes, Adam Savage did make multiple cameos in The Expanse. He's most notable on one of the science exploration vessels. Jackie, it's the OPA, which I won't go into too much detail because for those of you that haven't seen it, like Jetman J and Caffeine, also, Watto and welcome, Durry Quill, lovely to see you. I don't want to spoil the arc of it. I mean, first and foremost, The Expanse is a character drama that just happens to take place in a big old sci-fi expanse. I did the thing. And I think that's where it works. Yeah, and Caffeine, I'd recommend that, especially where you've got the place to yourself. Like, put it on, get the good sound system going. Because let me tell you, when Fiona hooked up our sound system, we got a hand-me-down DVD player with built-in sound system. And we're talking like old school, like, you know, you have to wire it up at the back yourself. But let me tell you, when we heard the Rossi's engines go for the first time, we're both like, whoa! Like a fucking Sega commercial from the 90s. It's great. Oh, Bryson and Robot, Watto and welcome. But yeah, so I'm a little concerned that Telltale are kind of committing the sins of the past by hyper-focusing on licensed titles with no fallback. So, we'll see how it goes. I don't imagine The Expanse is an incredibly expensive license, but then again, we don't know what they have in store. So, because for those who don't know, The Expanse was originally a sci-fi show that they dropped. Hey! Durry, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you. Yeah, The Expanse was a sci-fi production that was dropped and then picked up by Amazon. How do I delete someone else's Twitch account? I hate it, Moose, because you're right. Like, it's not just a pun that hurts me, it's correct. Sorry, Moose said, are you concerned you're seeing the telltale signs again? Why are you like this? And Jay, no, you're not wrong. Like, a good sound system can make it a huge difference. I mean, in the gaming space, we're so used to, like, headphones of varying qualities, and that's pretty much what most teams will design around. Either that or, like, single telly setups. So, like, binaural audio is very common in games. And it can be fucking scary. But sometimes you just need that big space. I was saying to Fiona, I actually regret now not watching The Batman in cinemas, because while the story is, like, sound-wise and visually, God, I wish I'd seen. There are certain parts of it where they excel at making the mundane seem fantastic. Like, in an incredibly, and at times overly grounded world, you are shown things that seem like they are straight out of some kind of gigantic horror movie, and I was really impressed by that. You know? Oh, to your broken friend, I say what, Owen, welcome. Sadly, Fred, it did not have blast processing, but your sound card works perfectly. Remember them days? Fucking... I keep meaning to change my ringtone to the one from Skynet that's like HMI in my module on approach to Space Station Mercury. Because it's just... The Skynet and Future Shock games took me so long to get working, when I was a Wiian. And when I did get them working, blew my tiny mind. What? Oh, so Numbers was saying they only saw Pacific Rim on their tiny computer monitor and despised people raving about it. They remember how big movie screens are, yeah. I'm glad we rolled the dice on going to see Dune, because the weight of the sound for that. Now, one of the things that I really wanted to do, but unfortunately money has been against us, is I really wanted to rent out a cinema for like a couple hours and do some like big experiences like that. And we may still yet, like, you know, things can always get better, right? So, I'll put that in the back pocket for some point, because there are some games where I'd love to hear them on a gigantic setup. Like a proper cinema screen beast. But that's another story. Okay, so yeah, we talked about Telltale. Oh yeah, the last thing on Telltale is they're working on 3 projects. The Wolf Among Us 2, The Expanse, and a third, which I'm hoping is something original. What else has been going on in the game space? Kerbal Space Program has some early access release dates and times. Roblox lost $1 billion, which is making me... Okay, Roblox profits showed a net loss of $1 billion, which makes me happy. Oh, here's a fascinating one. So Deep Rock Galactic's team are launching a publishing wing. So Ghost Ship, the team behind Deep Rock Galactic, Rock and Stone, are opening up a publishing wing. And this seems like this strange path that middle-sized indie teams see success and then move into publishing. And it seems to be in varying levels of success. Like, this is how we got publishers like Kitfox. But also, I've seen teams like Double Fine start it and then go, nah, we're good. As publishing games can be a lot. And I feel that some teams that go into indie publishing do it because they've seen success in the title, and they're like, well, we already succeed at doing this, so let's reproduce this for other people and make money in the process. And as much as it pains me to say it, game publishing is more complex than that. Moose was saying with Double Fine, wasn't it because of the Microsoft acquisition? Well, here's where we can only read the bones. Like, why did Double Fine take the Microsoft acquisition deal? Like, if you're independent and you're making buttloads of money, why give up that freedom to a larger entity? Now, we know that it's probably due to like safety and this year being perceived as a financial hellscape, but you know what I'm saying? Oh yes, Hindle, you are right. Warhammer's Immortal Empires has released for everybody, and that is something that I was not directly involved with, so I take no credit. But if you haven't heard of it, basically, for the last 3 Total War Warhammer games, they've been hinting at this idea of the Immortal Empires campaign, which was basically all 3 games as one big map for one big campaign. Now, I can't even begin to imagine what that looks like, and the amount of like micro management and like macro army strategy. But I'm fucking intrigued by it, and I still haven't decided if it's going to be a thing that we do on stream, or if it's going to be something that we talk about and do as like off-stream nonsense. Now, Varbles, I do agree with what you're saying, that the indie publishing mentality being we couldn't find a publisher that fit us and had to do a lot of the hard work ourselves, so maybe we can do it for other teams like us. Yeah. Alleged, you're right, there is a Tetris movie coming. The trailer dropped today. Although it won't be part of the video game adaptation, because it is a dramatization of the story of the creation of Tetris. So it's not an adaptation of the game, it's an adaptation of the story of how Tetris came to be such a massive property. So Star makes an interesting point that, as a speculation-based question, who owned the rights to the Psychonauts IP? Because Microsoft paid for Psychonauts. And could the acquisition make Psychonauts 2 more viable? Very possibly. Very possibly. Psychonauts has always been a worrying... Because, okay, Psychonauts is one of the games that we talk about in video game history. But it didn't sell great. Like, Psychonauts was a cult classic, but it was not a big seller. However, because the team got paid ahead of time by Microsoft for it to be an exclusive for the original Xbox, that helped mitigate some of the costs. That's why when Brutal Legend failed to sell, they were in serious shit. And the rest of the Double Fine story is very interesting. I can also understand the stress of running a studio, and that if you are a creative individual, it would be much nicer, once you've achieved a level of autonomy and success, to be able to be like, look, big company, handle all the shit that I don't want to do so I can just focus on making games. Because here's the thing, Tim Schafer is a named character. If you're not familiar with that term, a named character is someone in the games industry who is known by name and reputation. You know, John Carmack, Tim Schafer, Brenda Romero. And being a named character has its advantages and disadvantages. It's easier to raise funds and get projects greenlit as a named character, but the expectation that you be available, that you be the face of it, kind of comes with the territory. So it means that people like Tim can set up a studio easier than individuals like ourselves, but they have to be the head of the studio. That's when it gets complicated, because then you have to be in charge of mortgages for, rent payments for studios. You have to be in charge of hiring, firing, salaries, budgets, the whole shebang. And even as you hire people to do that, there's more people to bring on in. So actually, a Legend Vanderbeest, Lord British is a character, a pseudonym of an individual. That's a different kettle of monkeys altogether. Like Hideo Kojima is a very, very good example of that. You know, he did not have to struggle to get funding to set up Kojima Productions. You know, he's a named character, but that comes with expectation. Legend, I know I can be very distracting at times, but thank you for the bits, alright? Jumping back, if you reached the level of named character by being a creative, the more that your success propels you into, you know, the public space, the less that you will be able to spend on creating. Like, any of you that's worked in a large or mid-sized studio have probably seen or have been the individual that as you've succeeded in your field, you've been pushed further and further away from the thing you succeed at. You know, artists being forced to be managers and project leads. You know, coders becoming essentially like team leads in the ilk. doing less of the thing that they might want to. And so selling a studio to a publisher can be a way that you can get away from all that bollocks and get back to creating. Unfortunately, sometimes that's a very, very double-edged sword, and we've seen that multiple times throughout the industry. But that could have been one of the reasons why, Double Fine decided to sell up. And we still got Psychonauts 2. I don't know if Double Fine have announced any of their other projects, and they have said that they are committing to publishing the games they already said they were going to. My feeling is that Tim's probably getting the Double Fine published titles a nice sweet deal with Mr. the Microsoft. So especially if you're new and green, like, a Game Pass deal doesn't suck. And we have talked about how, I mean, hell, even Microsoft talked about how being on Game Pass kind of kneecaps single sales for about 12 months after a game comes out on Game Pass. What they said was that game comes out on Game Pass, and then once it is pulled, for 12 months after, that game will see reduced sales. Now, in theory, Microsoft has always poured a boatload of money on you for your game to be on Game Pass anyway, so yeah. Oh shit, yeah, Star, thank you for the reminder. I still haven't had a chance to start watching that. The Psychonauts 2 documentary. Yeah, I should sit down and give that a watch, because that's probably going to give me a lot more insight and a little bit more current development knowledge. Given to Rant, Watto and welcome. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to be getting a GDC pass this year, so I'm going to be mostly camping out on the green and chatting with people. So hopefully I can do like a whole little knowledge share. Yeah, Star, I always forget that. And I guess it's because the Double Fine film people just kind of do their thing. I like that. So given to Rant, Numbers was saying that would be my my Blackout Club god name. Waffles too much. Feck my knees. Also good ones. Oh no, so alleged. There's this thing about GDC, which is you do not need a pass to successfully attend. And a lot of the most successful individuals that I know don't bother with it. Especially some of the big movers and shakers. And it's cool. Like, GDC stays current, and I respect that. The fact that I'm no longer on the press and media lists happens. The only thing that I'll be a bit grumbly about is it's much harder to get hands-on with games there that are looking for media people, and there aren't too many. The irony is that, like, there's only a handful of, like, really active media people that do GDC, and they're usually massively overworked. There's a lot of independent people and a lot of, I want to say, like, local and non-professional media peeps that show up, but they tend to just be, like, expo pass holders. Given around says press passes are just gatekeeping anyway. To an extent, yeah. The way that 74 hand out GDC press passes is it's based on your last 3 published works that you then put forward. And so the last conversation I had with them was like, look, my entire reporting is to you lot directly. I live stream this whole thing. So how do I put myself down for 3 different articles? And I'm still waiting to hear back on that one. I'm hoping they update the system, but like I'm gonna be there regardless. It just there's a couple of talks that I really wanted to check out this year, but oh well. And I would like to. I'm hoping I can steal someone's pass and do the show floor tour, because I mean, sorry, I would absolutely never ever steal someone's pass. That I can theoretically get a pass that someone is not using or a sponsored pass. Oh yeah, it's Star. Yeah, I get the preview talk. It's gonna be great. That was fucking cool last year. Made me feel like an underground cool kid, getting to see the talks like rehearsed in like back rooms and houses. Felt a lot more punk, you know. But yeah, I am looking forward to doing a show floor walkthrough this year, because the sheer death of the crypto space is going to be hilarious. But I want to see who's still hanging on to the dream, who's going to look haggard and tired and scruffy, still trying to sell metaverse nonsense. God, don't deprive me of my Schadenfreude. Also, I do want to see if we see any AI based solutions or like AI shifting companies. Oh yeah, Star, one of these days we'll have a proper grungy, cool kids, like, indie games conference. Be fucking cool. Maybe we just hire out the DNA Lounge for like a day. That is more than we could afford now I think about it, but it'd be rad. A few people do parties where there are also indie games and stuff, but that's always a different thing. And Star, you're not wrong. Yeah, the upstairs of the DNA Lounge. Oh, sorry. The DNA Lounge is a venue in San Francisco, and it's fucking great. One part gig hall with a shit ton of hidden rooms and raving sections and all sorts. One part pizza place. Wow, what's that? You've been raving too hard, and now you're hungry and a bit drunk? Go get a big old slice of pizza. Oh, that sure is feeling good. What should we do? Digest? And then party some more. Fucking love it. There's usually a chiptunes rave around the same time as GDC every year, which is like my little personal pilgrimage. Oh shit! Star says that the owner of the DNA Lounge was the founder of Netscape in the 90s. Should have bloody known. I mean, it's San Francisco, but... So Given to Rant says there are a bunch of government grants post-COVID for conferences and events to get people to Australia. We could make this a thing. Well, let me ponder on that one. Sorry, you just put a little idea among the pigeons. Because at the moment, Australia has like basically a big 2-week block. So you have GCAP and then PAX Australia, which is usually back to back. So GCAP is like the industry event for primarily the Australian games industry, but it tends to kind of be like a meeting of the minds for like a lot of the oceanic game dev communities. And then you have PAX Australia afterwards, which is a real good like 1-2 punch. Could we lock something in there? And if so, like, how do we offset the cost for indies to get to Australia? Because that's the big cost. It's flights and accommodation. Australia, fucking great place to hold an event. Love it. It's got infrastructure. It's safe. Like, it's good. It's just getting people there. Yeah, Star, I had no idea. He took all of his .com money to make a nightclub. That's fucking great. It's fucking great. Sorry, I'll give that a proper read later. Whoa, so Rishinobi, snakes and spiders aren't a problem in major cities. Like... And we definitely wouldn't be holding an event in a rural part of Australia. So yeah. Which one's permanent? I think I have that. No. Oh, permanent's it's the one with the person like over the easel. I do have plans to play that one. I don't have a copy of it yet. So, whilst we're going through a large proportion of excellent games, it's definitely on there. Though I think we'll end up doing the Golden Idol before we do Peniment, I always want to call it permanent. And also there's that turn-based one with the rabbits in a similar art style. And Moose, yes, there is a certain castle in the mountains. I haven't heard from the people organising Develop Red, so I might pitch them, but we'll see how it goes. Like, again, I have to be very careful with the events we do every year because I am very poor, alright? Like, we are doing good, you know? We have enough money that we can afford to feed the animals and feed ourselves. And, you know, thanks to all of you lot, we make rent every month. So we're not, like, deathly scary. But you all got to understand, like, we count the pennies every month to get through. And so going to an event is a huge cost. I'm only able to attend this GDC thanks to a lovely individual giving me a place to crash. Without that lovely individual, who's also not only giving me a place to crash, but a guest room. Cilantro bits. Thank you, Clank. Without that, I probably would not be able to attend GDC this year. Now, again, things can always get better, you know, and I'm fingies crossed that stuff changes and whatnot, but, you know, the reason that I make the GDC trip every year is because, one, I get to see all my industry friends. I miss. Two, it keeps my knowledge current, so if I'm trying to tell you all how you should structure your games, how you should look at the industry, I can keep it as current as possible. Although, as I pointed out last year, I completely missed the whole nonsense around everybody basically hiding and shoring up when it came to indie funding. I completely missed that, but that was more of a research thing. And the last one is that the kind of people that have budget that want to work with us on the Longship here are the kind of people that go to GDC. You know, we did 2 sponsored streams of Waves of Steel, which is a fucking great game, by the way. But the reason that the gentleman behind Waves of Steel knows we exist is because I met him at GDC. Do you know what I mean? You know, I can't tell you how other streamers are able to keep their stuff upright, but, you know, I go and find the indie teams that, one, we would fucking love to see and that they want to work with us. So I go out and make friends. That's what I do. So, you know, things like Reboot Develop Red up in Banff, gorgeous event held in a fucking super cool castle in the mountains. Like, it is beautiful. But I can't guarantee that we'll be able to meet people that will be able to keep the Longship going. And, you know, if I have to drop a few $1,000 on something like that, I gotta make sure that it makes the Longship work. That's my job here, right? If I want to sit in this chair, if I want to be fucking good at this, then I've got to be good at this. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant there. It was just, I'd love to do what Rami used to do. Just go to every event and just be cool, make friends, make other people's lives better. If I end up being, if I end up being stupid wealthy, then I'll end up giving as much of it away as quickly as possible. But you know what I mean. I'd love to be in that kind of position. Angel Kalina, we all want to be at the Castle of the Mountains. It's fucking cool. Okay, alright. I'm bringing this up because y'all don't even know. Both the Reboot Develop events are redonkulous. Okay, let me see if I can... Here we go. Do they have one for Reboot Develop Red yet? Alright. Okay, so this is Reboot Develop Blue. So this is an industry-focused event, usually at the beginning of the year. I mean, so this one's in April, which is held in Croatia. And it is gorgeous. This is a Croatian castle city. I mean, fucking look at this. Now, this is a great example of when you have people who have budget, why hold your event in the same, you know, American convention cities when you can go here? This is usually where a lot of the indies go when they make it big, and they have a bloody good time. But this is a very traditional business event, so the talks will be more business focused, etc. But holy crud! Now let's see if Red has a page up. Because wait till you see this shit. Yeah. I mean, the fact that this isn't... Oh, hang on, that page is still loading because it's so chunky. I'm just seeing if they've got a page specifically about the local area. Here we go, view venue. So here's this thing looking like a fucking level from Sniper Elite. It's in Banff in Canada, and alright, no one cares about the convention center. It's like a super chateau. And look at that! They just have a guy for cheese! They have a cheese guy! I don't have a cheese guy. But yeah, look at that location. It's beautiful. J-Post, I don't have a cheese guy. I know the person that works the cheese counter at our local, but that's more like an insider. They don't work for me. Look at it! It's just cheese! The longship needs a cheese guy! But yeah, that's the event that Moose is talking about. And yeah, so far I've not been able to attend. I was on the short list to do a talk about basically bootstraps, like no money marketing. But they managed to bring in some really big heavy hitter talkers, and I think they had me on the short list because they were worried they weren't going to have enough content. So, like, I don't resent that. Fair on them. Would have loved to have gone, but I don't resent it. Okay, Immortal End. That is potentially... If you went there when no one else was there, that's when you get eaten by, you know, creepy ghost twins, but... Okay, so Moose says they haven't run since the pandemic started, and they had to nix the 2022 one. Alright, I mean, I'll talk to What's-His-Face and see if they still need... Because, you know, I'll do a whole, like, you've got no money, let's sell your game. And Duke was just adding that everybody wants a castle until they see the heating bill it takes to keep stone warm.
The longship having a cheese guy sounds like a good idea. I'd be able to eat a Stilton.
Even if the Welsh guy did kill the joke, it is a good idea. How are you doing, Puns? And thank you for the bits, friend. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to get all, like, about, like, events and attendance and stuff like that. I love talking industry stuff, and I love these events because I get to chat with people who have such vastly different experiences in the space. Especially the kind of people that I don't get to talk with on the regular. You know, people who see, like, really high-level billion-dollar type stuff. I love hearing, like, the arcing meta of the industry. And not all of it applies to us directly, but I love knowing about it, you know? Because games is more than just us, you know, cool pastel punk or, like, unwashed, sleep-deprived, you know, punk indies. There's a lot more to it. And while I love our little corner, I wouldn't change you all for the world, you know. I also hope that your game sells enough that you get to hang out with those billion-dollar people, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's real cool. So Moose was just saying that when they first ran Reboot Develop Red, the one I just showed you, they gave out a whole bunch of passes to the Alberta indie scene, so they could bring in a bunch of indie devs. And, like, it's never a bad idea to stack your event with indies. The reason why that's always a good move is because while a lot of them are usually looking for work or for funding, they add a level of like energy, and they create a nice broad spectrum of enthusiasm across the board. I always think it's worth it. But I mean, I guess that's me. I'm all about let's bring as many cool new people into the industry as we can, right? Shit, how did we get onto the subject of that? Oh, because we were talking about GDC stuff. Shit, what were we talking about before? Well, you know what? This does lead... This does lead very neatly, and you can tell I've moved to another tab because of the... This does lead very neatly into an article by The Verge from today that says E3 is full speed ahead, even though Ubisoft's CEO hinted it might not be. Now, we know people at ReadPop. We know people personally who are working on the E3 of 2023. So I don't want to just throw stones without taking the human element into consideration. But basically, on Thursday, Yves Guillemot indicated that E3 2023 might not be happening. It was kind of like an offhand comment, more type thing, and it has been noted that most of the major game publishers have said that they are skipping this event. Now, we knew this year was going to be a war zone because Keighley's Summer Games Fest, or Keighley's Face Fest, will be having a physical component this year. The exact same week as E3. So Keighley is directly taking on E3. And I have a feeling that he's going to eat their lunch money. Do I think Keighley's Game Fest is an event to attend? Probably not. But if you have the ability to exhibit there, this might be the year to do it, because I think this is going to be a bit of a war zone. But on the flip side, E3, right, ReadPop will probably be cranking it up to 11 to try and bring people back. But it's going to be bloody. Like, that whole last week is going to be a war zone. And we may bring back the return of E3 Bowl, just because this will be the first and possibly only time where we have two events competing. So we have two separate leagues doing their thing at the same time. And I think that's fucking wild. I think that's fucking wild. I mean, we've talked about this a whole bunch. Most of the big announcements that you see that come out of E3 don't actually come from the E3 show floor or from E3 official events, but from press conferences that have become these big showmanship events. So, Amu says we will need to declare a winner between the two. I don't know if we necessarily have to do that, because a larger portion of the big announcements that we'll see will come from off-site. But we will be keeping track of. Because here's the thing. ReadPop will drop it if it doesn't work. And whilst I don't want to see anybody go... I do not want to see anybody out of work. The team at ReadPop who are working on this are all big industry pros. So they won't have trouble being, put on other projects after that. But like, I can't think of another time we've seen this kind of direct competition of events. And this whole bloody thing's starting to feel like a Bob's Burgers episode. Now, Keighley is not a a charitable supporter of the video games art medium. Keighley's out to make money, same as everybody else. The difference being is that Keighley's out to make money through things like advertising. So the idea is that Summer Games Fest is an advertising platform rather than an exhibitor special. E3 made money off of people having big exhibitions, big booths, and huge stands. But those stands are not worth the same amount of money that they were. So they're in a situation where things now cost more because everything's going up, but the value of an E3 booth has gone down. Whereas what Keighley's been doing is turning his events into huge advertising maneuvers. The Game Awards is not the great celebration of video games. The Game Awards is where you go to watch some fucking trailers and then argue about who won what. But it's fucking fascinating. Like, I might not like how the Game Awards are in terms of their celebration of the medium, but you know what? If your indie game gets a slot during that particular event, everyone's going to know about it. Whereas if you get a big booth at E3, coverage is not guaranteed. And in fact, in previous years, we've seen where big booth spends don't always equate to a big success. My friend likes to point out Mafia 3. Now, you could argue that Mafia 3 had a lot of things that were difficult, and there were some bugs for its initial launch, but suffice to say, for Mafia 3's campaign, they had a whole-ass mini-town with buildings that you could go into for interviews and demos and all sorts. Like, it was impressive. And that did not equate to coverage from Mafia 3. Whereas what did equate to coverage was people doing weird and wild stuff during the press conferences, which aren't attached to E3 at all. So, sorry, at this point, I guess I'm just pontificating at you all. I have no horse in this race, right? Like, E3 Bowl is a fun thing we do once a year, or used to do once a year before the world locked up, and it would be lovely to do it again. It's very, very exhausting and very intensive, but I don't think we've done an E3 Bowl since I've had a studio in the same place that I'm living, though I wasn't sleeping on somebody's couch. Alleged, will we do E3 Bowl with Gundams? I don't know. It was a fun contest. I haven't really decided what our next round of Gundam builds is going to be. But if you haven't seen my cool golden black one...
I have better Gundam.
You have better Gundam. Nugget.
Nugget Gundam. Well, not a Nugget Gundam.
It's just a nugget. You know what? It's
just a nugget.
It's just a little cutie.
This is...
A little cutie who just wants to hang out. There we go.
Yes.
So big.
So big.
So happy.
So chunk.
Now, could we allocate each of the guinea pigs a game publisher and have them decide who wins? Absolutely. Nugdums.
So she does her little big feeties.
Oh, little feeties! That's them nugs. And you know why those nugs are fat and happy? It's because you lot put in cash so we can feed them and keep them alive. So when I say thank you for what you put in, look at that little happy nugget face and know. Shit, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the idea of being able to do E3 Bowl again would be fucking brilliant. Sadly, I can't invite Ket over here because the sheer amount of animal hair in this house is ridiculous. Fiona's friend, who's been staying with us off and on the last couple of weeks, whilst they're on holiday, even they've been getting the sneezies. Like, I can't point to a surface in this house that isn't covered in dog and guinea pig hair.
They didn't know that they were allergic to guinea pigs.
And now they very know that they're allergic to guinea pigs. What numbers? We haven't confirmed yet. But I'm excited to the idea of doing it. Also, this August, we're quietly planning a Total War reunion stream. So I'm going to try and get Joey and Craig and Dogbert and a few other peeps from back in the day together to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Rome 2 and tell you all some stories. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a good time. So what else was going down game news that I wanted to chat with your lovely selves about? Ooh, so something started bubbling last night that has me very, very intrigued. And this is a specific one for all of you indie teams hanging out here. So, according to some GDC talk listings, hang on, let me see if I can just... there is one entry into the GDC Talks section for Epic that propped my curiosity. So, okay, if you've never been to GDC, it's a myriad of different things all at once. So there are conference-style talks that you can go to. These vary based on track, the track being discipline, so like, you know, music, community, programming, art, etc. These can be based on, you know, talks, roundtables. The big ones are usually like the post-mortems on very successful titles. There's also a big old show floor, more in keeping with a traditional trade show, like huge stands, third-party vendors, freebies, goodies, the whole shebang. And there are some indie areas, and usually, I mean, pre-Plague, the Shut Up and Sit Down team would host a board game area. It's fucking great. It was the only time I'd ever get to see fucking Matt Lees anymore. Who is a legend, by the way. Now, the size and scale of the show floor cannot be understated, into the sense that the big stands will have their own talks held on the stands. Epic usually has a 2 or 3 story booth with varying hidden meeting rooms, a talk, a place where you can just go and sit and chat with an engineer about problems you're having. Unity has more people for one-to-one discussion and less kind of talks and tracks. And Amazon has a whole, like, basically a course that you can go on. And if you go through the whole course, you get freebies. But it's these days, their course is mostly selling you, you know, AWS functionalities. Lumberyard's there, but everybody gets the feeling that Lumberyard's kind of being ready to be packed up and floated down the river. That's another story. All right, so now you have the context. Now you can understand why Will's going, ooh, because at 12:30 on Thursday the 23rd, on the Epic booth, at the Epic stand, at the Epic fucking village, you might as well call it, there is this. Epic's Game Store. Self-service publishing, setting up your releases for success. Now, to my knowledge, at this point, you cannot just publish a game on the Epic Store, right? For Steam, you can, but you have to pay them $100. If Epic are opening the floodgates, they will no doubt be doing it as a counter to Steam's system in one way, shape, or another. Because let's be honest, their goal is domination. Everybody's is. It's capitalism. So, will they be offering a better deal than Steam? And if they are, well, holy shit. Because it's the same fucking place everyone goes to play Fortnite, so the users are there. The free games has people repeatedly checking the Epic Store on the weekly. Like, Epic opening up the floodgates to self-publishing could be fucking game-changing. But to my knowledge, there hasn't been a big announcement. And yeah, no, Moose, they have been very public about their split thus far, which is a better deal than Steam. But you and I can't just put a game on the Epic Store. I mean, between us all here, we probably know enough people over that way to get it going, but still. And Scotty, Watto, and welcome. I mean, shit, maybe they drastically undercut for self-published titles. Or maybe they create like a profit banding, which is what they've done in previous examples. I mean, sorry. By profit banding, what I mean is you release a game and you release it, and Epic takes no money until you make $1,000, and then Epic takes like 5% until you make $100,000. Then they take 10% until you make, until you start making millions, and they're like, all right, we're gonna be taking 15 and 20%. So it scales based on your level of success, and by the time you're making millions and millions of dollars, less really concerned. But for individuals like us, like, if we're only selling 10k units, like, the more of that goes to us, the more that we can feed ourselves, the more games that we can create in the future. Yeah, well, Moose, and they have been doing that. Like, the Epic Games Fund has produced some really, really interesting titles. Like, hang on, let's have a look at it. Sorry, it's the Epic Games Fund. No, Epic Games Fund. Epic Mega Grants. Of course, that had to have a bloody name, didn't it? Mega Grants. Okay. Let's have a look, because there's been a few bangers that have come out of this. Okay, yada yada yada. Over 1,800 grants have been awarded. So here's the success stories. What have we seen? A few animations. Okay, I need more stories, and I need you to actually tell me some titles here. Snacko, that's one I have seen. Coral Island, Witchfire, Railgrade. Ooh, Railgrade looks interesting. Remothered. They're using an Epic Mega Grant to build Bastora Lost Haven. Oh shit, Solstice, or spelt soul as in Dark Solstice. No, no, was that a Mega Grant receiver? The one that basically looks like, we did Berserk and then some. Did I get a copy of Solstice? I think that was on the list to stream, but mainly because I love Berserk. No, I did not get Solstice. Alright, so keep an eye out for that one. Yeah, well, so, Moose, that's where this becomes fascinating, is that, like, the Epic Mega Grants aren't advertised to the same level as a lot of, like, Epic's acquisitions. And I do find that fascinating. They're also, like, there isn't much in the way of advertising on a lot of these product pages that they were Mega Grant recipients. So it might be that, Epic is essentially just trying to spread the cash about, make themselves the go-to people that you talk to when you want to fund your project, and go from there. Oh yeah, well, and Varbles, you know as well as I do, there's a lot of reasons that people launch on Epic first. Now, it is a difficult discussion to have of whether or not you should release on Epic first. If you're being paid for an exclusive, fucking go for it. If you're doing early access, it's not a bad shout. Steam is still the biggest contender. Like, that. Let's not beat around the bush. Like, Steam is still rocking face in terms of, like, sales and whatnot. But also, Steam is a weird ecosystem with loads of strange quirks. And it has been documented several times that it's better to do, like, a big old Epic launch, iron out your bugs, iron out your problems, and then launch on Steam. As user reviews are a huge part of the Steam ecosystem, right? Whereas on the Epic Store, it's aggregate meta reviews from OpenCritic, by my understanding. Now, with love and respect, and I think we're all knowledgeable enough in this space to talk about it openly. With knowledge and respect, users are the fucking worst. Love them, also hate them. And the reason being is that users will dunk on a game for things that are very small or for perceived slights. And that can be very frustrating. And the thing is, you can have a bug that slips out during launch that you fix within 2 days, but that stank don't wash off because Steam don't remove reviews. Now they have started to change it so you have like the lifetime aggregate reviews and current, but if users get pissed off at you for small things, you have little recourse. You can change it, but unless all of those users go back and change things, you're stuck with a mediocre to middling review. Do you know what's a really good example of that? Darktide. Darktide has been reviewed into the ground. And when you look at the bits that users are taking umbrage with, it's not the quality of the title, and it's not the amount of time they've spent with it. Users are taking umbrage with the fact that the crafting system hasn't been rolled out, and that while the crafting system hasn't been rolled out, there is an active paid cosmetic shop in the game. That's the big pain point. Now, I do not want to dismiss how people feel about that. But once again, it's very hard to look at a game like Darktide and say like, oh shit, you know, this person has played 200 hours of it and they're telling other people don't buy this game because of very specific late game elements. I mean, Jim, you can ask. And again, I'm not picking on like Darktide as a whole. Do I know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! How you doing, Jim? But yeah, so if you have a look over on the 40k Darktide page, the recent reviews are mostly negative. Overall reviews are mixed. It's got 54,000 reviews by users. Now, managing this kind of sentiment is a huge part of PR, community management, etc. But like, if you look at the top review, I mean, here you go. You can have a look for yourself. No, that is not the page. So have a look for yourself here. So this is Darktide. And you look at the top reviews and it's like 251 hours. 251 hours telling other people don't buy this game. 122. And I quote, a month and a half after launch and the crafting system is still disabled. Well, like, and Hamsonator, cosmetic shops like that, they're a non-intrusive way of funding a live service title well beyond, like, subscriptions or loot boxes. You know, of the varying ways that you can pay for the continued development and cost of your game, selling people cool outfits is probably the most healthy in that space. Because what are the other choices? Loot box o'clock? Nah, fuck off. No thank you, I'm good. Monthly subscriptions? People don't like monthly subscriptions. I mean, fuck, what else have we seen in that space that has been fiscally successful? It's not good. It's not good. So, Scotty, crafting was a big part of weapon and sword improvement in Vermintides 1 and 2. Evil Geek, yeah, I guess battle passes are a good one. Like, I don't disagree with what Dan Olsen said about battle passes creating a sense of, like, fake FOMO. But users seem to really enjoy battle passes. And the kinds of individuals that get the most out of them are the people that play the most, which feels the least kind of predatory. You know, it's a single point purchase every 4 or 5 months. So now again, I'm talking about wild, big, sweeping like monetization methods that aren't really viable to us in a space. Well, no, so Scotty, don't look at No Man's Sky. Look at things like Revenant or Outriders. Look at titles like that. Because No Man's Sky is very much a unique test case. And if No Man's Sky hadn't had a completely unique launch, they wouldn't have made it. Now, and also, if No Man's Sky's primary platform hadn't been PlayStation, if it had been a Steam release without early access, it would have been torn apart. Now, Varbles, I agree with you on Destiny, and it always tends to be why I fall off. But then when a new release drops, I come on back. So they get us with the expansion pass hits. I mean, this is the great challenge with video games, friends, is like, how do you make enough money to continue developing it if you want to make an online game without being a bad word POS? There's levels, like how you do it. You know, don't be Diablo Immortal. But anyway, sorry, this point wasn't so much about like monetization methodology. It was more that because Steam is the primary platform for Darktide, users are only able to express their frustration through reviews. And those reviews are the main point at which people make a purchasing decision. Like, if you go over to the Darktide page now, it just says mixed and mostly negative, which is a death nail. Now, Darktide's already shifted enough that it won't worry, but if you launched a game as an indie team on Steam first, and it was broken, all your initial reviews are going to be bad. So you have, like, what, 15 to 20 negative reviews? Game over, man, game over. That's it. Your game's never coming back from that. If you launch a game on Epic, and it doesn't work, and you go, piss. All right, I'm really sorry, everybody. We're going to patch it. And you'll pull a fucking banging, like, 2-day all-nighter. You roll out the patch. Jobs are good and fixed. None of that negative sentiment around those 2 days will cause any, like, drop in sales, like, a month from now. So why not launch on Epic, find your feedies, get it working, go from there. Now, you can do the same thing on itch.io, but itch is... itch is like the closest thing we have in the video game space to like a super cool anarchic city. Like, it has its own rules, it has its own language. Yes, you still pay with money, but how you pay and when you pay, it's like this... it's like its own culture. And baby boy's getting his paws cleaned. And so far, the number of big itch.io winners we see coming out of there isn't massive. It's a good ecosystem. It's, you know, it is what it's set out to be. It's Bandcamp for video games. But there isn't an itch.io in-house game that has taken over the planet. There isn't Fortnite for itch.io. Epic does have that. And as the Fortnite crew every year they get older, they get a little bit more bored. They get a little bit more, let's see what else is here. They get a little bit more like, all right, let's play some of the other games. And Valve had Half-Life 2. Epic has Fortnite. So at that point, we're starting to see a genuine, viable platform. And if that platform allows people to self-publish, holy shit. So Angel Galena says, Will, as a basic customer like me, how can I do right by games on these platforms? Okay, for Steam, wishlist it, buy it day one, don't pre-order, and leave a positive review after you've played a good chunk of time. For a good chunk of time, I'd say anything beyond 3-4 hours. On Epic, there isn't really anything you can do. Again, I don't know how their wishlisting system works directly, but if you want to support it, purchase it day one. On itch.io, I'd say, depending on your budget, do pay what you want, but pay about $10. And when possible, look out for I forget what they call it. It's like itch.io Creator Days, where itch.io waive all of the fees for processing and every penny goes to the developers. Hit them at that point. I don't know if reviews have a positive effect on games being seen on itch, as itch is a little bit more democratized, but it can help. Now, Deus, you are correct that games are an unstable, monarchy. You can rise to the top, but no one stays king forever. Every game sees a decrease in players. Every game will eventually fall to its core or disappear. So, Half-Life 2 is no longer the greatest, biggest video game on the planet. But Steam came from that. Bryce says that they've heard positive reviews are good on itch. From what I've heard, interactions, but to my knowledge, itch, you just leave comments and reviews, right? Shit, Friends, don't give up your sleep. Don't drink gin like I do. You start forgetting shit. Okay, so let's see. New from those you follow. Oh, cool. Hell is 2 Exorcists. Multiplayer. Oh, shit, that's cool. Yeah, so, okay. You can comment and leave, positive notes on a title on itch.io. Also, when looking at itch, don't look at the multi-launch titles, because some of the bigger indies will do they'll do a launch on itch, they'll do a launch on GOG and Steam and everything simultaneously. Don't look to them as your example. Oh, also, this is another great chance to plug the Trans Witches of Witches bundle over on itch.io. It is $60. It contains a fuck ton of good games. Exactly 69 games. Nice, nice, nice. So that's less than $1 a game. And that seems like a really good thing to plug. Anyway, but yeah, so on itch.io, when it says pay what you want, put in $10, do it on a creator day, and leave a lovely little comment, because even if that doesn't help in terms of the numerical ecosystem, you're dealing with somebody that is working their fucking ass off to make a game with no money and no support. And sometimes what gets someone through the day is a little note being like, hey, I played your game, I fucking loved it. That can be all a person needs to carry them through. Yeah, Fred, Half-Life. Well, okay, we got Half-Life 3. It's a prequel. But no one played it, and everyone who didn't play it doesn't want to know what happened. But that's another story. Oh, and the other little piece of gaming news is they were hinting that TF2 was going to get a big update. Valve has now walked that statement back, saying it's just going to get a holiday update. It reads very PR speak for yo, we didn't promise that. We promised this, not that. Which does make me laugh that even implying that there's going to be a big uptick of Half-Life 2, of TF2 makes the entire internet go wild. Now, personally, why? Okay, I hate that I know the answer. I miss sometimes, friends, I miss just being a games fan. I miss being able to just chug a pint and be like, I don't know why they don't just do more updates for Team Fortress 2. Everyone's clearly playing it. It's because Valve has the weirdest fucking development structure of all. Which, the more I learn about it, the more I feel like it's a fucking miserable hellscape, and I'm amazed anyone still works at Valve. Because it works for a certain kind of person, but fuck me running. I miss being able to just say, why don't developers do X? I miss it. Yeah, Valve's probably. Like, if you haven't seen the video from People Make Games about Valve's internal structure, then prepare for a fucking horror story. So TLDR, each year, every Valve employee is ranked, and that reflects your bonus. So how much you get as your yearly bonus from Valve is dependent on your fucking rankings. Cool. How are rankings worked out? Independent committees. Because there's no bosses, so it's a group of your peers chosen at random that decide whether you're good at your job or bad at your job. Also, firings happen by committee. So if you are not perceived to be doing well at your job, a group of your peers will take you and sit you down and go, well... and then if that's perceived to be continuing, then you are put on warning and fired by a team of your peers. So we're talking about an environment where both your earnings per year and your job security is based on how much other people like you and your perceived value. Fuck. Yeah, J-Post, actual firing squads. Alright, I'll get you the video, friend, because... you know what? And I just want to take a quick moment to say, like, the People Make Games channel is just incredible. Like, I'm so happy to see Bratters doing well, because, like, I knew Bratters from back when he was, like, Video Gamer and then Eurogamer. And his whole thing was he was one of the few people on the UK game scene who actually played strategy games and knew them. So he was great to work with. And now he's doing this. Like, yeah, so give that a watch, and it's wild. It is wild. So the reason why we don't get a Half-Life 3 is because nobody internally wants to make it, right? That means that nobody wants to be perceived to be the one who's going to fail at it. Because perception is so important to how you are judged in the space. Now, why did we get Half-Life Alyx? Because they brought in Campo Santo. Like, the team behind Firewatch. And it has been quietly confirmed that Campo Santo's game that they were supposed to be producing before they got brought in to work on Half-Life Alyx is just dead. They've just been absorbed into Valve. And it's heartbreaking. Yeah, Wolfcrad, no one wants to do a high-risk project. You fuck up a high-risk project, you put everybody's nose out of whack, you're done. You're toast. And when you look at TF2, it's held to such a high standard, despite it not being the biggest of Valve's moneymakers. Like, no one wants to take over the reins of that project. You fucked that one up. You might as well just pack your stuff in a box and go from there. Now again, this is me reading the bones. I've been part of teams that have what's called a flat structure. If you're unaware, Valve operates in a situation where there are no bosses. Everybody is, air quotes, equal. And I've been in that structure before. It fucking sucks. Like, I don't have anything nice to say about it. It just sucks. It is also, in my humble opinion, counterintuitive to any video game team that's larger than about 4 or 5 people. Because, friends, making video games is fucking hard. I know that is going to shock and surprise you all. Especially those of you who have made a game. But friends, it's hard. And it makes you want to not make a video game. Because you do all this fun, great stuff, and you come up with these great ideas, and then you have to implement them. and then they don't work like you wanted, so then you have to fix those problems, and then those problems create new problems, and then the deadline's coming, and you've still got a whole bunch of stuff, and nobody's tested it, and what's going on? It is so much. So much. Which means sometimes somebody has to be the baddie. Somebody has to tell someone, no, we're not putting in a fucking dating sim minigame into our hardcore racing adventure game. Why? Because it's going to take 6 dev months, and the game's coming out in 3. We still have to finish what we've made. Someone has to be the person that tells people no. Because let me tell you, without good production, either self-production or a great producer, games just, they crash and burn, or they limp out through the door like some kind of Cronenberg monster. I mean, Bryce, yeah, someone has to ask the fucking question, how are we going to make money off of this? Now, don't get me wrong, not every game needs to exist to make money, but the bigger your game, the more cash you need to make it happen. If your game is online, you need a steady stream of money so you can pay for the fucking servers, right? And somebody has to sit down and ask that question. And let me tell you, as someone who's been that person, no one wants to have that conversation. Like, it feels gross and weird when you're working on a piece of art and then some guy's like, all right, how are we making this turn the megabucks? But you gotta. Like, also, Kitish, I do understand what you're saying, and I don't want to dismiss that mentality, but I always like equating it, even though I do use terms like campaign and deathmatch and things like that with video games, it's closer to a stage production. Someone needs to know who's where. Like, someone needs to know what to cut, what to add, like, someone needs to be bringing it all together, and that is a whole bunch. So Immortal Len, I don't want to go into that one too hard because, like, Valve's curation policy is something I personally have umbrage with. But if you watch the People Make Games philosophy, the goal... Gabe Newell's goal is incredibly idealistic, but it's essentially that, you know, the market will police itself. You know, if people put out offensive games that, you know, aren't so offensive as to break the law, that people won't buy them. Or that a game that some people believe is offensive will do gangbusters when everybody else says, well, actually, no, this is cool. And I've seen it used in a positive light for games like Get in the Car Loser and, was it Super Animal Lesbian RPG and things like that, which a large number of people would do their best to quash any kind of, like, you know, proper good rainbow representation goodies. But that's not how the internet works. That's a very idealistic view of things. And so, yes, I was shocked and surprised when I was looking at new releases to see Sex with Hitler as a fucking game on Steam. Great, brilliant. But yeah. It's one of those mentalities that when you are well off and well fed and you're not worrying about, you know, bills and paychecks, seems like a great idea. That ultimately we the people as artists will come together and do the right thing. But for any of us that have been on the internet for a long time, we know it's a little bit more complicated than that. Anyway, jumping back. I didn't mean this to turn onto a bash on Valve session. In truth, as a company, Valve has been great to me, and both professionally and personally. So, like, I don't want it to seem like I have beef with them. The way in which they run their teams, I think is very bad. But I have worked on projects that Valve has given extra special attention to, and it's helped so much. Whether I've been, you know, Will Overguard of a video game, or Will Overguard of a tech company, or just me as myself, they've always treated me with the same level of respect, and I really fucking appreciate that. I really appreciate that. So yeah. I just wanted to cap that off. You know what I mean? Sorry, friends. I kind of, I guess I got it right into the paint there. I do love talking about this stuff. And there is one thing that is very good when it comes to the capitalism side of this, which is Epic's success will only put pressure on Valve to do better. I don't want to see Valve gone. God, I do not want to see Valve gone. We are richer for having them as the main platform. I will say that. Not papering over the things that we've just mentioned, but like, can you imagine if EA was the main PC platform? Do you imagine that fucking dystopian shit future? Yeah, I'm good. And honestly, while Epic aren't a quirky group of happy friends, they are a big ass company. Their first and foremost goal is to be an engine company with some successful games. Oh, Fred says, Will, Halloween passed months ago. No scary stories. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spook everybody. So yeah. It's just hard because, once again, when it comes to things like big digital store platforms and things like that, one needs to have a blended and complex approach. Like, I appreciate itch.io so much. And every time my brain starts being like, oh, well, maybe itch could do this, and that would maximize, like, visibility and profits, I have to be like, no. Itch.io is doing everything it can. Now, do I wish the itch team had more money? Yes. Do I wish they did, you know, I don't know, some exhibitions, some events, stuff like that? Absolutely. But I understand why they don't, you know. But I think about it a lot. Like, a lot. Okay. I think we've covered all of those real well. And shit, we've been nattering for like 2 hours. Love it. There's also another path, friends, where Valve went for more a traditional development route, had multiple titles, kept making more and more sequels, and eventually collapsed under its own weight, as we've seen with a lot of other titles. You know, the Valve that was published by Sierra, if that path had continued as we know it, like, there's so much we wouldn't have gotten. And I really hope that there are more ways that people can experience Half-Life Alyx as the future continues, because it is an incredible game. Now, the VR is integral to how brilliant the experience is, but also the story, the writing, everything about it, absolutely choice. And considering in the US, there's an egg shortage. This is still ongoing to my knowledge. And every time we go into the store, it's like, you can only buy 2 packets of eggs each. Any more, I don't know, you get jumped by Gary, the security guard or something. And I think about that one scene from Half-Life Alyx where Rhys Darby's character explains the ostentatious decadence of a club sandwich to someone that has grown up in the apocalypse, eating nothing but dried rations and bottled water. Like, it is some of the best writing that I've encountered. And I think there's one scene in The Walking Dead that emulates a similar feeling, and that one's complicated as shit. And all this was is just Reese Darby explaining everything that goes into a club sandwich. It's so good. Oh yes, Moose, yeah. More than 3 packs, they send Dr. Eggman after you. But oh, sorry, let me open up the floor a little bit. Did you all have any, like, thoughts or questions from that Wafflemancy? Like, in a second, I'm gonna get our game started. I'm ravenously hungry, so I might just reheat some leftovers very quickly. I haven't decided, though, because I still have 2 kinds of pasta and half a sarnie. Oh yeah, so Fred, absolutely. Scotty, I wonder if that's one of the contributing factors. Like, again, this is one of those reasons where, like, I don't tend to talk about, like, current events because I don't fucking know. Do you know how much of my day is spent just staying up on games industry news? I don't know where my eggs come from. Chickens, I hope. Quails, if you fancy. Scotty says that's a lot of quail eggs for a decent omelette. You're not wrong! Okay. Like I said, if you've got any thoughts or... Have you got any thoughts or feels on today's bants? Otherwise, yeah, I'm going to reheat some leftovers and let's get started into today's game, which is Sunday Gold. I want to apologize in advance to all of you and to my long-suffering partner, Fiona, because if this is very LANDAN, it's going to be like with Hobbs Burrow, where I can't stop doing the accent afterwards. I don't know why I keep scratching my face. Looks like I've got a fucking habit. I noticed it yesterday while we were playing Rain World. I kept doing this as my nervous tick, and that is a motion that certain people with certain habits do a lot, like a lot. The reason being is because obviously we do not condone the use of illegal substances here on the Longship, nor have we ever done them. But if you ever have, it makes your top lip and sometimes part of your face go numb. So that's what leads to people constantly checking it, along the paranoia of any evidence. Too much of certain substances can lead to gurning. That thing that people do after they've had teeth out, where they start kind of chewing their gums because they can't feel them. Sorry, it's random facts for you there. Because of my very energetic nature, I'm often worried that people are going to be like, I see Will's doing fat lines off camera. It's like, no! I'm just, for some reason, I'm playing with my face when I'm frustrated or when I'm not thinking. See, alright, caffeine knows the same problem. Oh. I'm really looking forward to playing this game today, friends. I don't know how close to Disco Elysium this is going to be. The art style is a little bit more kinetic, a little bit more cartoony. But the thing that intrigued me is the idea of this turn-based everything. So, like, when you and your heisters walk into a room, the order in which you examine things, in which you, like, open or unlock or what have you, is all part of a turn-based system, and that can very much affect outcome. So... I'm definitely intrigued by this, you know? Immortal Len, I would be lying if I said I haven't inhaled crushed up caffeine pills at one point in my life. It was a dark time, never do it. Also, it hurts so bad. Which, that's not illegal, that's just bad and dumb and painful, don't do it. Not that any of you would. I mean, we've all seen our fair share of nonsense. Okay, so friendos, let's get the game started. I'm gonna throw some. I think I'm gonna have the leftover spaghetti and meatballs. Might have my sarnie later. Got so much left over. It's great. Yeah, Immortal Len, supposed to be a joke. I once made a blended caffeinated vodka, which I didn't realize how dangerous I think I had made was. No one died, but don't do that. I took some mediocre, I think it was like one of the Absolute Lemon, and just ground up caffeine pills and put them in and mixed it up slowly over the course of weeks. And then to offset the bitterness, I crushed up. Oh, they weren't Jolly Ranchers. They were one of the equivalent boiled sweets in the UK of the same lemon flavour. God, it was still vile. Kept you awake like something fierce. I've done a lot of stupid things throughout my life, just as long as you're all aware of that. Caffeine-made coffee drip wads. What's that? I'm not familiar with the term. With wads as a term. Oh, Scotty, you're killing me. Scotty's having tea and crumpets. Yo, we are... Oh, in the event that we are ever flush, we are absolutely positively going to go hit up the British import store. Those crumpets are so fucking hard to get out here. This is where import stores get you. If you ever end up being an expat, friend, it's the little things. It's not the ostentatious, iconic ones. It's like hot cross buns. Fucking crumpets. Lucozade. I saw that they're discontinuing Lilt, and suddenly I mourn for a soft drink I had even forgotten existed. If Mbongo goes next, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I mean, nothing. Because I'm not going to go get it. But still. Oh! So caffeine, that's simultaneously heinous and fascinating. Kathleen says you roll a packet of instant coffee in a single sheet of plied toilet paper and put in your bottom lip like a pouch of tobacco dip. Huh, that kind of wad. Fascinating. I have friends that do chewing tobacco and wads and things, and I love them dearly. It's such a gross habit. It's so gross. Maybe it's because there's some bongos already gone? Or are they going to drink in the Congo now? Stop me if I told you this one, but I once snarked at the Umbongo account, saying, yeah, I bet there's no way they actually sell this in the Congo. To which I was sent a screenshot of Umbongo for sale in a convenience store in the Congo. Egg on my face, I guess. Well, not right now, because, you know, eggs are very expensive, we're not wasting them. Okay, so let's get to title screen. And let's go from there. Hopefully this isn't too loud on opening. But yeah, friends, like, I really do enjoy our industry banter talks, and I hope you all feel that you can either ask questions or get involved. Like I said, the thing that my friend was The thing my friend was telling me is that, you know, I can take pride in talking about the industry, or at least facilitating. But in the same breath, I don't know everything. I'm well researched. I'm like a manic obsessive, but instead of it being like sports or the French Revolution, it's the games industry as it is now. But like, I don't know everything, and I do hope that you all can put in your thoughts and feels, you know? Oh god, Air Dragon, that sounds haunting! Faber 6 says Lilt is just being rebranded to Fanta Pineapple. Well, I guess there's the question then. Is it going to taste different as Fanta Pineapple? And if it does, is that psychological? Alright. Okie dokie Lokis, welcome to Sunday Gold! If you'll excuse me a second, I'm just going to go reheat some leftovers, and then let's get into this proper. So, if you want to go grab yourself a drink, or a cup of tea, or what have you, now is the time. And then we'll give this a proper go. Now, I don't think Sunday Gold is going to be a full playthrough game for us, but I've been wrong before, like with Info and shit like that. But I have a feeling this is probably going to inspire a few of you to pick this up, so plan accordingly. Right. I'll be back with you all in just a second. To be continued. Hello there. Okay, kite-ish. What are we talking about here? 2,000k Cadbury eggs. Someone stole 20,000 Cadbury cream eggs. Oh, God. The idea of that much sugar just made my stomach turn. Blade Nora. General Kenobi. Hello there. Like, that scares me. Alright, without further ado, it's time for a spot of the Sunday Gold. Like, what's the resale on Cadbury cream eggs? How do you make... Kinder eggs, sure. Alright, hold that thought. We're talking about cream eggs.
Oi! Frank, Sally, get in gear!
Get the fucking gear, let's go!
Right then. That's me out of ideas.
No worries, my pet. Uncle Frank has his well in hand. Scored this coat off a mate down at the grind. Cost me a pretty penny. Now we head to the roof, jump across to the neighbors, hop into our waiting truck, down the hidden alley, and off to the buyers. All sweet and tidy, and just like that...
Come on, Frank. We need to vacate these premises. Now!
I fucked up a heist and we've only just started. Are we the baddies? We just left somebody to take the fall.
Lousy bug!
Apparently, Kaish, I suck at stealing cream eggs. We couldn't even succeed to steal one.
In the big wet.
No one calls London the Big Wet.
Rules is rules. No fighting in the pub. Now get lost!
Get lost! Although, it is okay to refer to the ocean as the Big Wet that tastes bad. Alright.
Hogan ass kisser had it coming.
The Jolly Hangman.
Shit. Where'd my compad go?
Oh, fucking loving this comic style. Frank's compad. Okay, so this is to start showing us how progressing the story uses action points. So, Frank's compad, pick up. We had 7 of 7 action points, so I have no idea how this progresses or how it reloads, but I'm fucking intrigued.
New voicemail. What's this about?
Oh, and how are the audio levels, friends?
End of the line, Frank. Your due date is fast approaching, and it's time for you to settle your debt. Pay up. Always settle it the old-fashioned way.
Shit, suppose it was only a matter of time before they caught up with me.
Sings
Still no way
note
I'll be
London
able to meet
heist
that
is
date.
fecking up, fecking up, fecking up. London heist is fecking up all over town. Sings note.
Phyllis, thank you for the bits. And yeah, Fred, because we're going back to LANDAN!
Where the hell is Sally? She was supposed to be here 20 goddamn minutes ago.
One new message. Sally Wheeler.
Hey, Frank. Almost there. Got stuck in bloody bridge traffic. Meet you at the Hangman in a bit. Don't worry. This is worth it.
Well, that's promising. Now I just need a way back into the pub.
Objectives. Track your progress through main mission or hub. New objective. Get back in the pub. Refer to the database for more information on the world's game and gameplay elements. Love it. So there's our database. So currently we've just got Frank. Frank Barber thinks of himself as a modern-day Robin Hood. Throughout his life, Frank Barber has resisted what he perceives as the unintended servitude of working a day job. He has instead chosen to live within the shadows of society, making a living, robbing millionaires, and giving the riches to the needy, which is himself. Frank doesn't always work alone, and has been known to lead a crew of talented undesirables in his disreputable ventures. Weapons. A buttery... Oh, it's a butterfly knife, not a buttery knife. Game concepts, objectives, primary objectives and secondaries. Alright. You know what? Thank you for explaining that. So let's see what we've got here. We've got a posh car, telephone box, crowbar, iron gate. Okay, so a character's ability to perform actions determined by their action points. Action points are also used in combat to perform attack and skills. Alright, so let's see. I guess we examine the telephone box. Pocket change. Someone was in a hurry and left some coins in the phone box. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Couple of quid left in the coin return. Enough for a pint. Your characters can equip weapons and gear in the inventory. They can also use consumables to match their hit points and composure. Inventory! Hello there. Okay, so we still have 4 action points. So I guess we get so many actions before progressing. Alright. We got some. Now, obviously, the humanitarian thing is to give the coins to the vagrant individual, see if they can sneak us in. But we'll... also, notice how it uses the... so the camera angles are framed like a security camera, and whenever we move a camera, it's framed like a skip on the video, thus saving them a buttload of time and money on animation. Like, you know me, friends, I love economy of art when it comes to smart video games, and this is a fucking banger. Some blue blood slumming it for the night. Maybe there's something of valuable for me in here.
Warning. Step away from the vehicle.
Shut up, car.
Okay, so we can talk to them for 1 action point, or we can give them the change. We've got 4 action points left. We can pick up the crowbar for free. Oh.
What the fuck? What do you think you're doing?
Help myself to a free crowbar.
That crowbar. Let me borrow it for a minute.
You think I'm going to lend you Margaret? How's about I smash your fucking kneecap instead?
You just call that crowbar Margaret. She's your girl, then.
Give me some bloody change, will you? I'm dying of thirst.
Why don't you take a nice nap instead?
Piss off. Not giving my girl Margaret to a greedy scummer like you. Shh. You're all right, girl. You're all right.
I mean, I'm gonna give him the change because I'm not a bastard, but still.
Spare a few quid for a down-on-his-luck hero of the revolution?
Vive la révolution!
Here you go, mate. A nice kebab will probably do you some good.
Ha! More like time for old Mickey boy to buy himself a bottle of something nice and strong.
You do you, mate. You do you. Now the crowbar is mine. Okay, so it says 3. And we've only got 3 left, so I guess that ends our turn? Crowbar, a useful tool for demolition and general mischief. This was added to Frank's inventory. Now Margaret works for us. Okay, so end turn. Ending a turn restores your character's action points and starts the event phase. Events can modify alert level or trigger a combat, to name a few possibilities. Ooh! I like this. So we do have to think through what in the bloody hell we're doing, but it isn't an immediate reactionary, oh, I'm down for this. Sorry, you're right, the Dreamer. The crowbar's name is Margaret, and she works for us now. Turns and phases, we know that. Alright, key items. gear. Butter knife. That's one buttery knife. Oh, hold down to end turn.
You're a fucking cop.
Please, 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 no, no, no!
Bloody hell. Sounds like someone's having a bad night. Probably even worse than mine.
Okay. So we can't just go in through the main door. Search the shelter. I don't think we're going to be able to save that guy. I kind of want to take my time here. Got some painkillers for later. Oh, we could smash the car. Alright, so examine is a free action. Poor bastards living out of a cardboard box. Gates padlock. Locks a rusty piece of junk. Something heavy would snap it clean. Alright. Examine the pub door. Bouncer's keeping the lookout. The window, I ought to distract him. Okay, so our two routes in are fuck up the car or crack open the iron gate. The iron gate leads us in the back to this guy. So there's the question: is do we wanna go for a scrap, or do we want to fuck up some wanker's car? Scotty says in before it's our car. Do we look like the kind of person who can afford a car that talks? Alright. We'll smash this open, we'll go help the bloke. Sometimes subtlety is overrated. A case of Foxy White. Glitchley's filters strike again. 10,000 quid return. I watched the security footage at Backman's pub. 5 quid to see the cigar butt left at the scene. Wait, isn't that us? Alright, enter. Yeah, you're right. We do have Margaret to help. So we can examine the situation. This lad's beating someone up. Typical. It does seem that we're not allowed to use Margaret as a weapon, but we can stab this guy in the back. Let's quickly see if there's anything else. Alright, well, I guess we just talk to him because it's the last point we got.
This is why you always pay the boss back on time.
What's the drama, Ian? Did he turn down your romantic advancements?
Very funny, Barber. He's a week late, so boss sent me to collect 200 quid and leave him with a few reminders.
We all know how much you love your work, Ian.
Saw your name on the collections list for next week, Barber. With what you owe, I'll be scoring me some overtime. I'll teach you to mind your own business.
What? It kind of seemed like we were almost friends with the bloke.
I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved.
Alright. Well, it's time we learn how to fight anyway. Okay, so action points, game's cost, we understand that. AP can be restored by ending turn during expedition or performing a guard action in combat. Additionally, some consumable items and skills also restore AP. Alright. piercing, slashing, blunt, and electronic systems, the different attacks. Enemies have resistances and weaknesses. And represented by the shield icon, they indicate the enemy's capacity to protect themselves from incoming attacks. When they have no defenses, they take increased damage. Alright, charge attacks, and then the guard option. It's a lot to throw at a person with 0 action points, but...
Oh, come on now. Forget it.
Well, we've only got one kind of attack. And he's weak to being stabbed, so...
Here it comes. Have to guard against his next attack.
Alright. So he's all about the charge and redonkulous. Finish him! Ah, piss.
Nice out, motherfucker. Getting too old for this shit.
And we just killed a man in a back alley.
I can still kick ass like a young gun.
Yeah, Moose, it turns out that all people are weak to getting stabbed. That is, in fact, a status effect that we have. Also getting shot as well. And sometimes punched. I'm getting 200 quid, fuck yeah!
That's a decent little wad of goodness. Not quite enough to choke a donkey or fix my loan situation, but enough to pay off my bar tab.
Search him. Some painkillers, the victim. All that for 200 quid in debt. We don't have any AP, so we wait a turn. Is it? Am I the mugger Fred if I'm mugging someone who's collecting loan debt? Seems quiet. Too quiet. Firecrackers, used to produce a loud noise. Kids often use them to pull pranks. A shopping list. Coke, balloon, bike. Oh,
I
cake!
suppose he was planning a birthday party. That money must have been earmarked for the bike.
Oh, I can hear you all looking at me. I can hear you all looking at me. But that does mean that... Didn't he have 200 quid on him?
I'll take these firecrackers. Could be useful to draw someone's attention.
Moreland can see that child crying now. Scotty, it's bad that was immediate, that my brain didn't go to the fizzy drink first. And there's Ian. Ian's dead now. Considering how many people he's pummeled to death in dark alleys, it's poetic justice. Hamster's like, congrats, Will, you stole some kid's birthday money. Are we doing good guy shit today? Look, we can go inside, we can pay our bar tab, we can be done with this. And I do like the idea of crying children. In case you hadn't noticed. Not a fan of kids. Ugh. Oh, giving me a conscience. Yeah, you know what? Hamsnake makes a good point. The kid would probably fall and hurt themselves, and that would be a whole deal. Oh, damn it, Moose! You're right. We started this out with I'm not a bastard logic. Fine. Happy birthday, you little bastard.
Don't even think about it, Frank.
No worries, Bob. Just wanted to make sure you would hear this in case of an emergency or something.
I heard you just fine. Wait, what happened back there?
No idea, mate. They were already like this when I got here. Overserved, probably.
I'll take care of this later. Now, quit mucking about and fuck off, Frank.
It's fuck off. Or fuck off. It's fuck off. Alright. Ah, a bottle of Birmingham's finest. Okay, so what happens if we end up in AP debt? Oh, okay, so if we end up in negative, we end up with a negative amount until... Alright. Well, there's nothing else to be searching. So we can put firecrackers in the dumpster, or we go beat the shit out of that fancy car. What do you fancy? Sorry, Fred was saying, wow, Will, your character is such a bad dude. He should try and rescue the president. And I'm like, I mean, firstly, it's Britain. It's Prime Minister that I wouldn't piss on if he was on fire. But, like, I guess in this day and age, it's like, are you a bad enough dude to rescue the president? Maybe, but I don't care. Let's just leave it. It's fine. Let's go to the beach. Surf ninjas? It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Alright, Len wants us to go all Street Fighter 2 on the car. Alright. And yeah, you also made a good point that if that kid had had a dog, I'd feel very different about it. Smash the shit out of Posh car.
Belligerent intent detected. Step away from the vehicle. At once.
I'll show you, belligerent.
Emergency measures engaged. Cease your hostility immediately, and nobody will get hurt.
I'm done with you anyway.
This interaction has been recorded. Kindly detain yourself until authorities arrive. Your cooperation is appreciated.
Okay, so we kick the shit out of the car. So that means that there's going to be an alarm at some point. So we move to this little guy, and then we end the turn. See how that plays out. So sorry about that, friends. Can't stay here for too bloody long. Okay, I thought wailing on the car was going to get us a better... I thought wailing on the car was going to get us a better setup. Peering through the window didn't do us anything. Alright, so I guess we've got to set off the firecrackers. Alright, that should keep the bouncer distracted for a minute. I best bugger off before he sees me.
What's a bloody racket out here? Ah, come on! A mess! And another body to deal with? Ah!
He'll be busy dealing with the mess I made in the alley. Now's my chance to get back inside.
Enter the pub.
Are you having a laugh?
Hey, you two, don't go starting shit in here again.
Home sweet home. Quick look about before sitting down with Sally.
Right, over here.
Alright, objective complete. Get back to the pub. Alright, new objective. Catch up with Sally. So let's see what we got. We've got a handbag, which we could search for free. Painkillers, love it. Banged up old jukebox. FC Holloway crest. A relic from when sports were about people competing, not reanimated dogs killing each other. Fucking hell. Alright, so it's time for a little bit of the old pixel hunt.
There you go.
Put the bar stool up right.
Don't talk to me, wanker.
Alright,
I was
alright,
just
mate.
talking to Sam, mate. I'll never be sorry about your bloody mug. It might even look better now.
Cut it out, Frank. For fuck's sake. How the hell did you get back in here, Frank?
Bouncer and I talked it out.
My arse, you two talked it out.
Well, here I am. For better or worse.
Worse. Definitely worse.
Basement door's locked. Alright, I think we hit everything that we can. Right. Let's talk to Sally.
Well, shit, look at you, still in one piece.
Once again, though, friends, I do want to highlight the economy of work. There's no movement anims outside of combat, and it seems the majority of banter is going to be like this, like big, large portraits, VO'd elements, and you can bang out so much more stuff. Like, I mean, depending on the artist you have working in your team, obviously, but
Bloody miracle, I'd say.
I still find it something worth highlighting.
No kidding. Figured you would have got yourself all chopped up over one of those loans you keep taking out.
Why is my business everyone's business these days?
On account of the fact that you left that person to take the fall.
Since everyone knows you haven't been able to pull anything top shelf in a while.
Too right. How about you?
Working a real job now, all legit and shit.
Sally Wheeler working a real job. Who in the hell was desperate enough to hire someone like you?
Dog rescue shelter. We take in the leftovers from the underground race leagues, fix them up and find a place for them.
People still doing that shit. Don't they get enough from the Kings League?
King's League are reanimated monsters, cybernetic killers. The underground shit is real dogs jacked up on crazy mids.
Coming to you live from Hogan Telecom Stadium in sunny London for the opening ceremony of the Desmond Wells Cup. And what a wonderful day for a race it is, Tom.
It was only 10 years ago on this very day that the first Desmond Wells Cup race was held.
Boy, it's been quite a ride.
Join us for more Desmond Wells Cup action.
Fucking hell. Kings League is bad enough. What the fuck has happened to this country?
Come on now. It's nothing that hasn't been happening for years.
Makes me yearn for the good old days, it does. Back when we were robbing rich to feed the...
Don't even say it, Frank. You were never a Robin Hood and you know it.
Speaking of, you mentioned something about a job.
That I did. And here comes a man with an interesting story. Frank, meet Gavin. The man's got some serious info for us, and has even agreed to come along for the full ride.
What full ride? What thing?
Nice to meet you. Sally is told...
You having a laugh? What, we knocking over a video game studio?
Calm your tits, Frank. Gavin here is a Hogan Industries employee.
Former Hogan Industries employee. Never catch me working for those pig fuckers again. Not after what they've done to me.
Gavin's got problems.
Disgruntled ex-employee. Splendid. Let me guess. We're gonna help you blackmail your supervisor?
No, Frank. It's not amateur hour. Gavin was in IT, and from what he tells me, he had access to every classified file in the company.
There's a fucking treasure trove of info on Hogan. Whole company's covering up some kind of secret operation. We just need the proof. And that's why I reached out. Saw Sally's comments on one of Lady Shell's posts. Did some digging. You two have made a bit of a name for yourselves.
Press F to doubt.
Frank. This could be good for us.
Or X to doubt and F to I don't know, buying the round.
Plan's simple. We pop into Ogan Labs, all nice and easy since I can badge us in.
Like, they aren't going to disable his badge, but
We go
alright.
to my office, and I scrape the Ogan files from the network.
And where exactly do we come in?
Well, I'm not supposed to be in there, and it's not something I can do remotely. You two, obviously, bring certain skills to the process.
You know the drill, Frank. Muscle, firepower, knowing how to pick a lock. That's where we come in.
Slip in, steal some computer info, slip out? Nothing else? No helicopters and rooftop chases?
Nothing else. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, it's never fucking easy peasy. What's on these files exactly?
Things you wouldn't believe. But you'll see for yourself soon enough.
Okay, big man. And what do we do with these files once we have them?
We sell them to Ogan's competition.
Or ransom them back.
Whatever happened to heists and good old-fashioned robberies where all you needed was a bandana and a boomstick?
It's easy money, Frank.
There's no such thing as easy money!
Nothing is ever easy, mark my words.
Yep.
And bringing June...
Okay, so we've unlocked new abilities. Aimed shot, observe. Frank scans the room to reveal all interaction points and focus. Mark an enemy so they take additional damage. Alright. Characters require new skills they level up. These can be upgraded with skill allocations. Alright, that's cool. So investigation, we've got lockpicking and observation. Leadership, reassuring pressure. Allies won't lose composure. Okay. So for social abilities, we reduce the AP usage. So we walk into a room and we observe everything. If we put points into it, it only costs us 4, leaving us a handful of points to still spend on stuff. Lockpicking, we can do, but it reduces the difficulty and the cost. Feels to me like Frank's job in this is to be like the brains. So I want to kind of invest in both lockpicking and observation. Okay. But I think as we expand our team so we can... I don't know what we can do with these two numpties, but we'll do something. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. So we can get our characters drunk to restore composure. So I guess composure is going to be kind of like the psychic damage of this.
Shove off your bloody ass.
Easy, mate. Look, put your next pint on my tab, and we'll be square, all right?
Reckon I will. See ya. Pour me a glass of Hogan Excelsior. Go level. Good to see you, man. Cheers, friend here.
Now tell me something. Why would a regular bloke like you idolize a rich prick like Kenny Hogan?
He's no afraid to speak his mind. He knows what needs to be said.
Sir, you are a disgrace to that red check.
Even an honest prick is still a prick.
Alright. So here's the question now. Sorry, what I'm thinking is like, now that our character has abilities...
Has this clock ever worked?
It'd get fixed right quick if certain customers paid their tabs once in a while.
Also, tabs aren't really a thing in the UK like they can be out here. So. Okay, so we have abilities that we can use in the space. I don't know how to use them yet. So I guess we unlock the actual use of them after the prologue. So I might have jumped the gun a little bit there by unlocking stuff, but this is fascinating.
Today's winners, Kenny Hogan and his amazing Sunday Gold. The official Desmond Wells Cup's champions for the 4th year in a row. Ha! Any words of inspiration for all our viewers? Mr. Hogan, anything you'd like to say to all your adoring fans and supporters?
Sure. Remember this. You make your own luck in life. If you want to change the world, you've got to do it your bloody self. Every broke sot in this city has the same sad excuses. Well, here's a tip you can take to the bank. If you're broke, if you're beaten down, it's your own bloody fault. So get comfortable, because winners will always be winners.
Right then. Let's make a bloody fool of this twat.
You know what? I had a feeling that this was an international cast doing an American accent, and they just gave themselves away. There was a couple of tangs that I was like, that's not. I love this, but it's pronounced twat. Anyway, the heist crew is together. We're gonna knock over some bastard who deserves it. It's not bad. That's a Canadian team. Okay. Sunday Gold. I mean, obviously, it's not game-breaking by any means that the VO's missing the Englishisms. Anyway, Chapter 1, Revelation, as we bust into Ogan Industries.
Right. What's the bloody plan again?
Seriously? We've been over it twice.
Yeah, but I weren't really listening.
Oh, you're a real true villain, ain't you?
The plan is, we get Gavin back to his bloody office so he can pull the server onto his compad. Once we have the files, we just walk right out. No mud, no blood.
Huh, no blood. Like that ever happens.
You're saying it's not a good plan?
I'm just saying, no plan ever survives contact with the enemy.
Oh, guys, I'm starting to think maybe this is not...
Come on now, my son. It's lock and load time.
Oh, maybe coming back here was a big fucking mistake. Oh, that's astounding.
What's really interesting, friends, is if you have a look at the profiles at the bottom, what I think they've done is they've used those third-party tools to animate static images. I don't think these down here, I don't think they're 3D images or that they're fully animated. I think they've taken the illustrations from the art. Okay, so a hero is losing the composure. Some actions have the event of affecting your hero's composure. Loss of composure affects ways such as modifiers to combat, activation of latent afflictions, panicking in combat. When a character loses too much composure, they run the risk of panicking in combat, and when they panic, they act on their own, which is very rarely good. Alright, so he took a teeny tiny composure. At 80% he becomes jumpy. At 50% he becomes necrophobic. That seems like a weird term, but okay. And he becomes insanely paranoid at 35%. Alright. As for our man, he's twitchy at 70. He's oppressive at 60, where his bad attitude takes over. And he, at 50%, he is deathly afraid of dogs. What about... okay, and over here... At 60%, Sally's fear of blood takes over. 50% she gets a cold. And at 30% she becomes afraid of technology. Technophobia. So Fearless, I don't think it's necessarily just the sanity system. The dual health bar system does remind me very much of like mental and physical health from Disco Elysium. But there are like negative traits that each of these characters face once they reach certain levels. And I think that's where it gets interesting. Alright. So Gavin's got a knife and a rifle. Or as I call it, the knifle. Gavin's got a bat. What's Sally got? Just knuckles. Alright. Nobody's got any points to spend, but Sally can learn to use a gun. And also learn to look after themselves. Yeah, Gavin's got to be our kind of hacker and definitely teach man he's a fucking gun. Alright. So. Okay, so here we go. So Sally's got patch-up ability for AP that helps. Doesn't use items. And for 4 AP, we can observe the situation. So let's see what this does. So this is Gavin's, like, observo vision. Nothing special, but... Rubbish bin. Examine. Smells awful. Compact car. Examine. There's a bag from AutoZar, the Russian discount points in the seat. The receipt for a new battery. Doors are locked, but I can see something in the passenger seat. That sports car is clearly alarmed. Nice set of wheels.
Hey, that's Barry's car. Is he still doing it?
Who's Barry now?
Who the fuck is Barry?
He's head of security. Like wanker, too.
If he's still here this late at night, we could be in for a spot of trouble. Watch yourselves.
Guess this could be considered a classic. Who owns a roadster in London? Yeah, that's a good point. The glove box is open on the estate. So we're going to pick the 4x4. And then we'll get one of the other characters to check out the estate.
How did you get into lock?
Because I've got to learn how to bloody do this.
Can't be going around smashing windows and kicking in doors all the time, despite what Miss Wheeler tells you.
Whatever. When you need it done right, you know who you call.
Well, sometimes you need to be discreet, and the Blue Bloods like to keep their valuables under lock and key.
Handy.
All I have to do is rotate my pick inside the lock until I find a sweet spot. Then I align the ring with the marker, and I repeat for each ring. It's not rocket science, but it still requires finesse and good timing.
Oh god, I don't have either of those. Okay. This is actually pretty good. So you move it around until you find the sweet spot, and then stop it when the tumbler's in the right place. I mean, I guess easier said than done. But it's a variation on the Skyrim one, which... Sometimes you get games like Skyrim where one of the mini-games isn't very good, but because the main title is wildly successful, everybody adopts it. Alright, what did we get? Alright, so Sally, now that we've opened it, you search that. A key that holds the security footage for the CCTV cameras in the building. Love to see it. Maybe some security guard was planning to take it home with him. Interesting. Alright, so if we check out... So that one's been examined. Search this particular one. Painkillers while driving. It'll be safer if we take them. And then you can look through the bloody bins and all. More painkillers. Hopefully that'll stop us from getting our arse handed to us.
Hang on a sec. There's security cameras watching that elevator. Might be a mistake to put ourselves on full display.
Could be an easy way to disable them.
We could shoot him.
Or maybe look for a way to just turn them off.
Yeah, Gavin's approach makes a bit more sense than, you know, firing guns in an office building.
Sure, whatever.
We need to
It's less
find
fun,
a
though.
security terminal.
Well,
Okay, yeah.
let's find the security terminal.
Alright. Don't think there was anything else to be searching here. Oh, just the roadster. Nothing of value. Alright, so we'll end the turn now. And then let's go check out... Alright, alert has increased. What? Fucking what? We're supposed to go through the maintenance room immediately. They're killing me, Smalls! Alright, so... Skills, patch up, we don't need, so it's just wail on one poor guard. Carefully aimed shot inflicts additional damage. Mark a target so they take additional damage and become easier to hit. So we'll do aim shot on this one. Oh, piss the bed. Oh, fuck! Bonk!
Lights out.
Sally does not fuck around. And then we'll try this focus skill. Fuck him up! Again, they keep picking on Gavin! I don't shoot the guy with the gun or the lass who's got fucking brass knuckles beating the shit out of you. Shoot the dweeby guy with the baseball bat.
Uh-oh.
You know what, Kite, you should make a good point. Gavin is the ex-employee. He was probably a right prick.
Gotcha.
Alright, love to see it. So for those of you that, you know, didn't spend a large amount of time in the UK, how are you finding the voices? Okay, alert level. Every turn the alert level increases. Brawler Expert. That increases damage. Stats only when attacking with a brawler weapon. Taunt. Taunt the enemies to get their attention. Toughness. Reduced AP cost of Focus Might. Reduced difficulty of Focus Might challenges. Okay. So for the moment, we're just going to upgrade Sally's beefcakiness and their ability to handle challenges. But we'll come back to that. Nobody else has got anything right now. But yeah, so as the alert status increases... Okay, let's find a way to deactivate terminals.
Sundergold tore through the other competitors, literally tore them apart.
That pup is a right fucking killing machine. Comes back stronger every year he does.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Kicking the shit out of you!
Hey, what the royal fuck are you doing in here? Funny, I was just about to ask you ladies the same thing.
So, shut it. You lot are about to get an ass kicking.
Get ready!
Start doing some taunting. Whoop-bam!
Excellent.
There I was shooting people. Turns out they're weak to knives.
I can take it.
Bugger all.
Damn it, Gary!
I've got you.
Shit, that only heals 10 HP? Oh, that's not good.
I'll take your cover.
No! Piss. This guy needs to take a lot more pain. I see, it's Sally's having a very bad time right now. Oh, love that critical. Love that for us. We just killed a man and his friend. And Scotty, Frank's got that big coat. That's obviously where that massive long rifle's being stored. It's fine.
Well then, there goes the whole no blood bit.
Yeah, shove it, Frank.
Told you, no plan survives contact with the enemy.
Alright. I guess Sally definitely needs a way to patch themselves up way better. You just killed a man! No, we just killed a man. Share the XP. I mean, the experience of taking a life. It's a bit dark, but... Alright, so what have we got? Oh shit, each person's got... Hang on, so give to Sally. Each person has their own... Alright, so that should help, but fucking hell. Sorry, I'm learning the terms and elements as quick as. So yeah. Alright, and then we can use... Hang on. We might as well need to spend those skill points first and all. So definitely upgrade the hacking skills. We bloody need that. Explosive potency and chemical cocktail. Gavin alters the medical consumables chemical makeup to improve potency and reduce negative side effects. I can teach him how to use a bloody gun. I don't know. Yeah, Scotty, so far we've killed 4 people while trying to steal just these bloody emails. So Gavin overloads a cybernetic target systems to inflict damage. We haven't encountered one of those yet. I'm sure as shit don't have any guns. Charge the enemy group swinging wildly and attacking everyone. That sounds like a thing that you could use. Because you're not very useful in a fight, apparently, Gavin. So now let's give this a fucking...
What you doing there, Gavin?
The Hacker Boy Ultra! Here we go!
See, I built this device that lets me interface with any password-protected system. It converts the encryption into a numerical code that can be deduced via trial and error. It gives clues as you make the guesses. It's pretty neat.
Sure, totally.
You enter a combination and the device tells you if you're close to the correct code. Then you refine from there. Get it?
Okay.
You need to be careful, though. I only get a few attempts.
Oh, not his balls. Okay, so it's the old... We enter the numbers. It tells us that... I guess what's the correct number in the correct place, what's the correct number in the wrong place, and what's denied. So if we go... Enter them all. So one's a correct number in the correct place and two are wrong. So if we... Wait, hang on. Oh, I fucked it up, didn't I? Okay, so two numbers are correct in the correct place. So it's got to be those two sixes. So it's... Let's try 6 4 6 4 6 5. No. So the sixes are right. So shit. 6 6 6 5 6 6 6 1. Nope, I made it worse somehow. How did I make it worse? Alright, what was the consistent? So 6 1 6 5? Yeah, it's bloody number Wordle, isn't it? Anyone want to have a crack at this one? Fucking... My tired ass is having a hard time. I could make myself another coffee, but... So yeah, green. One of the digits is correct and in the right place. Yellow. Digit is correct in the wrong place. So... I guess it's got to be 6 4 6 4? Actually, no, we could try 6 1 4 6. Yeah. No. How did we make it worse? I think Immortal End, the Bloodborne. It gets worse. It's still my favourite. So suffice to say, the first number is 6. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more tries. So it's I think it is definitely... So, okay, here's the thing I don't get. So on a few of these, right, we did 6, number 6. That's 6 1 5 6. Okay, so numbers 6 1 5 6, 2 correct numbers, 2 wrong numbers. We've got 4 more chances. So I think you can see what we've got so far. So what is the correlation between, say, the 6 5 4, the 6 5 6 4, and 6 1 5 6? Shinobi, this hurts my brain a lot. Not good at this. Four, 1, 5, 6. Could be. I mean, Kaiish, let's give it a go. Alright, we've got 3 attempts remaining. 4, 1, 5, 6 was 1 correct and 1 wrong. So I think it's safe to say that either that 5 or that 6 is in the right order. No, because then it would show 2 correct. Marvel's saying 6, 4, 5, 4. Sure? Alright, 6, 4, 5, 4. 2 correct, 2 wrong. We have 2 more guesses. We have 2 more fucking guesses. I don't see why we don't just shoot the security cameras. It works for Agent 40-7. Number says we're looking at this wrong. Okay, I mean you're usually one of the people I'd go to for numerical puzzles. Scott used to have a digital mastermind game like this that they were good at back in the day. Not so much now. Number says try 2, 3, 5, 6 for shits and giggles. 2 and 3 are disabled. Sorry. Because we leveled up our hacking skill, we removed 2 numbers from the board that were wrong. So it's only 1, 4, 5, and 6. And yeah, you are correct. So to recap, green, one of the following digits is correct and in the right place. Yellow, one of the digits is correct but in the wrong position. Red, one of the digits is incorrect. Now we've never got past 2 red. Number says try 111 for the info. Alright, but again, it doesn't list them in numerical order. It only says how many. So, like, for 6165, it's not that the first 2 are correct and the last 2 are wrong. It's that 2 of the 4 are correct. Okay. Hey, like I said, numbers, trust you. All wrong. This is the final attempt. This is it. Alright, here we go. I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. Also, I'm clearly not the hacker of this group, at least not in this game. Kaiish says that attempts 1 and 2 were different numbers, were right in the wrong position. Well, I disagree, because now we know that 1 is absolutely not one of the numbers. I tell you what, friends, I desperately have to pee, so I'll be back in just a second. Have a look. I'll leave this up. We get one more guess, friends. We get one more guess. So, I'm putting the fate of this fucking heist in your hands. Let's see how it goes. I'll be back in just a sec. Right? Sorry, I was just chatting with Fiona and I was saying that this game is really intellectually interesting, but I think it's really boring to show you all. I mean, it's fun working through these, and I'll keep going because, you know, I've been wrong before. But the thing that's thrown me on this game is that the mispronunciation of Britishisms, which it doesn't make or break the game, but I'm still charred. My jimmies, I don't know if you can tell by the way I'm sitting, are ever so slightly rustled from that opening thing in the prologue where it's like, let's go, you twats. No. If you're going to throw around Londonisms, it's twats. Okay. Now, whilst I've been... hang on, let me put the BRB needs off. Whilst I've been off Britishisms. So, Rishinobis are sometimes... They're not quite colloquial accents. They're not quite British spellings, but they are... So, London's kind of like New York, in that it is a massive melting pot. But there's a ubiquitous series of shorthands that everyone, regardless of which part of London you're in or where you came from before, that you kind of adopt. And so it's weird because it's like it's some of the northernisms, like words with a hard A, and it's some of the southernisms, and then some of the other bits from varying UK accents and whatnot kind of jammed together. And twat with a hard A is definitely one of them. It's not a nice thing to call somebody, but it's not as bad as C-bombs and whatnot. Like, which letters get dropped from which words definitely indicates your location. And so if this is set in future London, there's certain Londonisms that they're not using. And it's not detracting from the game by any means. Pay your tab. No pub in London would give you a tab. And the reason why is because in the UK, you pay at point of you pay literally as you get your drink. So you go out to the bar and you go, I would like a pint of lager. And they go, that'll be £3. You give them £3, they give you a pint of lager. In the US, you sit down, you order drinks, and you either, you either pay by the round or close out, or you hand them your card, or you have a tab you pay at the end. Yeah, Scotty, you'd need to be a regular and trusted to have a tab, and even then it's a very, very rare occurrence. Like, if I go to Scotty's pub, actually sounds like a legit location. If I go to Scotty's pub, like, every week for a few years, and, like, one night, I'm ordering bevies, and my card gets declined, Scotty might be like, you know what, don't worry about it. Come back on in the next day, and I'll be like, yes, sure. Anyway, Scotty and Numbers think the code is 6555. You ready? You ready? Slugcat drum roll, please! I realise if I bang on the table, it's going to go through the mic and you're going to hate it, so you get Slugcats instead. Bingo! Fucking bango! Ha! With no tries left, you fucking legends. Alright. So let's access this. So we've got security, surveillance, disable cameras. Love it. Shh. Kite-ish. Shh. It's fine. Maintenance, get status.
And it's done. Brilliant. The cameras are disabled. We'll be able to get into the lift without even being seen.
Love it.
See, Frank? Gavin's got skills.
Sure.
And probably a wonderful dose of the clap too, you filthy creature.
Alright, so let's enter now. And then we can do a quick search in here. Oh, position is blown. No, this is not good. Alright. Oh, and everyone's panicking now because we've been rumbled. Alright, so we'll just do a quick observation. Right, so let's see what we've got. Gas cylinder. Examine. Got a loose valve. Electrical panel. Medicine cabinet. Oh, and a coffee maker. Oh, I don't need it because I've had a bunch of coffee. But every time I see a coffee thing in a video game, I'm like, oh. Yeah, 21 AP overall. Not bad. But I figure that probably want to get Sally to examine all the first aid goodies. Because Sally is simultaneously our tank and our healer. And Sally is looking much more worse for wear than the rest of the squad. Or just... Oh, I did not mean to do that, but okay. So I think what I'm enjoying about this one is, like, it does mean we stop and take stock of the situation. Unlike a lot of traditional point-and-click and adventure titles, it's not about, like, picking the right choice in a dialogue tree and making sure you do that in the right order, or getting lucky on some good dice rolls. Because at some point, friends, we do need to go back and go through Disco Elysium. Like, now that it's... Ah, fuck it, why not? Change the channel. This is relaxing. Let's see what's on another channel. Oh! Okay. So we changed the telly channel, which put on a better bit of music. Got some more stimulants. Oh, that's just... Alright, that's definitely some stimulants. Oh yeah, so we put on some soothing music which calmed everybody down. Oh, and some armor. So we'll give that to Sally. It is interesting that we have to give stuff between the characters. It does make you kind of wonder that... It just makes me wonder why we have to pass things between them. I wonder if it's setting us up later on for where passing objects between characters is an AP action or a timed action. Anyway, we searched everything we could in here. Hopefully it doesn't increase things too badly. Oh, nice. So they searched to try and find us, didn't find us, and the alert status went down. Love to see it. And yeah, numbers, next time we do hacking, I think you're right, we'll do the numbers as we need them. And that'll give us, like, the correct... And, because we probably lost about, like, 4 or 5 guesses just between me not getting it and not explaining it correctly. Okay, anyway. Okay, so now the cameras are disabled. Up we go.
Alright, Gab. Which floor?
19. Behold, the corporate world in its most horrifying form.
Not in my lifetime.
I appreciate your life choices,
Where is
Frank,
it,
I do.
My office is the pathetic windowless closet right next to the lift.
Wait, what's that smell?
Oh, I have no idea. Where's it coming from?
What the hell happened over here?
Oh shit! That's in Barry's office! I don't like this. I don't like this at all. We should get the fuck out.
Lee, you having a laugh? 100k worth of dirt on Kenny Hogan, then we fucking leave.
Nope, 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 nope. This one.
Nope, 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 nope.
I should never have come back here.
Hang in there, Gav. Let's just keep going, all right?
Sure, I guess.
Alright. Gavin Curtsy, wildcard. So Gavin is starting to lose it. Whenever Gavin loses composure, he runs the risk of entering his wildcard status. Wildcard! Woo! If he doesn't regain his composure before the end of the turn, he may pick a fight with his teammates, panic and suffer negative consequences, negatively affect his teammates. Oh yeah, and look at the effect over his composure. Alright, Gav, mate. Let's have a look at your inventory. Tranquilizers. Yeah, let's just give you some... No, you, Gavin. Drugs, mate. Use item on Gav. See? You're alright. Just had to have a big old vial of horse tranquilizers. So Numbers says that it occurs to me in a lot of ways this is a visual novel. It's one of those where they've taken the beeline of telling a story through a visual novel experience and expanded upon it just enough to give us a feeling of agency in the space. So this isn't Disco Elysium. This isn't... I don't think we're going to have one unlucky dice roll fail everything. But I think that later on, the branching paths of the narrative will be defined by how we do or what we do in certain situations. Do you know what I mean? It's a game that feels like it's structured like a visual novel. But the hooks and the changes and the tweaks come from how we handle these particular situations and in what order. So, like, in that previous section with the guy getting beaten up, I reckon if we'd been quick enough and we've just, like, paid guy, grab crowbar, open thing, gone through before the loan shark started wailing on that guy, that would have changed that interaction. Do you know what I mean? So, on replay, you can work out, like, what's the best way to handle shit, right? Kaito says it reminds me of the Call of Cthulhu TTRPG system. Yes! Alright. Now, it does seem like the detection thing is pretty good, unless... Alright, so there's the IT office. Kenny's bloody poster. Glass wall, director's office. I say we just leave it the fuck alone. Alright, so... 1 AP to enter the code.
Damn it. I'm going to have to change the code. Looks like I have to hack into my own fucking office.
Alright. So it's hacking time! And then we'll have the other two explore, but we won't waste any additional turns fucking around. Okay, so the good news is that 3 and 5 have been disabled. So we have 1, 2, 4, and 6. I'm going to take the... I'm going to take the recommendations that Numbers and Peeps put forward and just run the numbers, see what we get. Numbers has this read that YouTube is being run by the guy who came up with NFT integration. I mean, NFTs are dead on their ass, so I'm not too fucking fussed. What it means is that the person who's taken over YouTube now is a purely profit-driven investment type. But YouTube's been a strictly for-profit operation for some time. Maybe not a total idiot, but definitely is more likely to listen to, like, tech market trends than actual, like, you know, usable user data. But that's another story. Right, 111. Oh, 2 correct, 2 in the right place. 222. Nothing. No 2s. 444. 1 correct 4. And 1 correct 6. So it's 2 1s, 1 4, 1 6. You want to crack at this one, or shall I have some guesses? It's also interesting that if 2 are in the correct place and there are more, it doesn't show them as simple. Alright, there's still a large number of combos, but yeah, have at it. Well, the obvious one would be 1, 4, 6, 1. Ooh, okay. 2 just needs swapping around. So let's try 1, 6, 4, 1. I am a fucking genius! Try to lack me out of my own office. Bastards. Alright, so we'll get Gary to do all the proper nonsense. Steve Morrison at Hogan Industries. Your password will expire at this date. Please change the main password as soon as possible. For obvious reasons, please avoid keeping a physical copy of your password using the following: your pet's name, your dog's name, your name, date of birth, all zeros, password 123, or other easy to guess passwords. Alright, so that means we want play. Give the briefcase a quick search. Oh! Whoever had that briefcase had decided... Ugh. I mean, in fairness, sorry, I know I keep kind of jumping between stuff, but we are absolutely not going in there. I know I keep jumping between stuff, but they chose the exact correct moment. Wow. They chose the exact correct kind of villain, especially for us, because it's like, you know, people who steal and the ilk were like, they worry. People who are mean to dogs for money, kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all. Let's do it. I mean, Fred, you're not wrong. And I've been doing the "I am invincible" quote more times than I care to count. Alright, sick day raffle could be your lucky day. Alright, days for birthday cakes. October is CEO Appreciation Month. Aw, Lucky's gone missing. Alright. You're up. Alright. Oh shit. That one's a hard one to hack, but Emma Harrington. Wait. So examine this again. So there's Anucci. There are the birthdays. I feel like this is all potentially allowing us to deduce. Looks like there's a voicemail. Alright, well, you've got 1 AP, so let's have a listen.
One new message.
Yeah.
Hey Emma, it's Angie! Happy birthday! So, it's Friday and you just turned 40! Which means you and I are going to the Hangman tonight!
So they just turned 40. And it's a Friday. And this is the only Friday birthday. So it is October the 17th. And they just turned 40. Which would make... Oh... Fuck. The year is 70. Oh, that's nice and easy. So it would be... So they were born the 17th of October 2030? Yeah, so 17th of the 10th, 2030. So that'd be 17, 10, 2030. No. 17, 10, 30. Ha-ha! In with the hacking! In with the hacking! Someone play the fucking Hackers theme song. Alright. Okay, so the oh my god. Emma, did you hear Barry dropped his keys in the car park sewer drain last night? Lol, he stays in that office every night. I hear he sleeps there or something. Put it together, Barry. His keys are going to smell like shite. Oh, so we know Barry's keys are in the drain. And then the happy birthday. Yeah, it's UK formatted date. It's set in LANDAN. Alright, so we now know... hang on, what the... Okay, I was hoping one of these was going to be like the knowledge we have. So if we back up, it doesn't count towards the database. Alright, well, we know that Barry dropped his keys in the fucking lift. Alright, if we do a quick round of... Ah, fucking Bill. Hey, there's a piece of paper under the keyboard! Bill, you fucking bellend. Alright, examine. Alright, I need an action point to pick up a piece of paper. Alright. Boss Walker. Must think he's a Jedi or something. Boss Walker. Dickhead. Gary Marshall. Fuck this. Overtime every week for years and help never comes. I'm just gonna fucking walk out. We'll see how long anybody notices I'm just gonna keep collecting my paychecks. Bunch of assholes. Godspeed, mate. I've after mine to do the same. Working here is a fucking nightmare. This is it, mate. Maintenance lights are burnt out in the car park. Barry dipshit lost his keys in the sewer drain. And catch this. Chuck the fuck. Once his fucking light bulb's changed by the end of the day. Like it's a freaking priority. I am bloody done. I hope this place burns to the ground. If anyone needs cleaning up or fixing, this place is shit out of luck. Oh, well, good on you, Gary. I hope you're working in happier conditions, mate. Alright, we're not looking at the glass wall. Let's enter the door.
Wait, what? I gave my office to Steve. Fucking Steve!
Of course, you should have known it'd be Steve.
Calm down, Gav.
Fucking no talent, one finger typing dipshit. Fuck you, Steve!
Fuck you, Gavin!
Right, Steve sucks, Scotty. Your computer's there. Get to work.
Oh, I won't be able to access it without Steve's password. I added protections to the computer when it was mine. Can't hack through these.
Brilliant. What do we do?
Knowing Steve, he'll have his password written down somewhere in the office.
Let's do some snooping then.
Alright, so everyone's got their composure. So we'll do a quick observe. It puts us into debt a little bit, but I think it's worth it. Alright, there we go. I mean, obviously we support the don't be mean to dogs. Alright. This poster is in really bad shape. Looks like there's something sliding out of it. Examine the damage monitor. Alright. Sally's still got some action points left, so I'll get her to pick up the notebook. Steve's notebook. The first page said, my goddess holds the key to my heart. Alright. Sally, I'm going to need you to give this to Gavin. Alright. Oh, wrong character.
Frank? Is she meditating? What's going on here?
Oh shit, alright, so we gotta do some fucking mini-games, alright?
Associate about your process.
Sure, it's all about focusing my energy through visualization and breathing techniques.
You see, it all sounds like complete bollocks, but once you see her in action, you realize that whatever she's doing, it's working.
How does it work? Really?
I try to keep my focus centered inside the marker. If I can focus enough, I can channel all my strength into something particular.
Okay, hold the mouse to start. So we use left and right clicks to... I'm trying to find my calming center.
There, I shoved something. Happy?
Always.
What? There's a compartment behind the lockers.
You didn't know?
No.
Sally's got crazy
Let's
eyes.
have a look. Might be something.
Alright. No one has any action points, so we'll have to wait. But interestingly, how do they know? Did we steal one of like the walkie-talkies or something? Alright. Anyway, this is Steve shit, so...
There we go. A real lady shell poster. Hard to find these. Fight forever.
Is that the fucking eyeball logo from the Blackout Club? Does anyone else see that? I'm not sure how comfortable I am about, like, sexy shape.
Lady Shell? Should I know who that is?
She's a legendary e-fluencer. How do you not know that? She's everywhere.
E-fluencer. Only thing that's going to give you is e-fluenza.
I'll give you 2 guesses on how.
Hey, I'm being funny.
And the first 2 don't count.
She exposes the inconvenient truth that they don't want the little people to hear. She's important.
Sooner gargle. Piss! Alright, well, we know that the password is fight forever. Obviously going to search the secret stash. Oh! A small crystal prism. A videotape, a crystal, and a pistol! Yeah, no offense, Gav, you could use a fucking gun. It's like, it's nothing personal, Gav, but I haven't noticed you be too handy with well, a lot of anything right now. Alright, so I think that's everything from there. Lots of cables. Search the filing cabinet. Oh! Compact toolkit that could repair electronic devices.
My old repair kit. Can you give it back, please?
Yes, I can. And Fiona? Nice. Sent Zero, Watto and welcome. We're currently in the middle of a heist. One royal bastard is, well, who's made their money through reanimated zombie dogfighting. I'm not even joking here. And the people that work for their company. Nice. Okay, I'll check that. You do to me. Yes. Fiona is asking if they could have my leftover BLT from yesterday, because I ate half of it in the fries with you lot. It's really fucking good. The fact that I'm not completely roly-poly is because I don't go down to North Star on the daily. Fuck, what was I doing? completely lost. Alright. Give that to Gavin. It's interesting that his toolkit isn't something we can equip. Also, friends, I don't know if you noticed, Gavin still got one eye half closed from taking all those fucking tranquilizers earlier. Alright, anyway, I think we are good to go on the computer. Access. Steve Morrison. It would... Oh, shit, what was that band poster again? Fight Forever. Boosh! I am the Hacksaw. I'm in. Alright. Okay, so first things first. Let's just quickly have a look at the emails. Help ticket. I deleted the internet. I'm having some trouble with the internet on my work laptop. I think I deleted it from my computer. Hi, Sharon. Please turn your laptop off and on again. What about the fact that I deleted the internet? You didn't delete the internet, don't worry. It's gone, Gavin. I think I got deleted. I'm so sorry. Please. Sharon, shut down your PC. Restart your computer. Hi, Gavin. Believe it or not, the internet was not deleted. Sharon! I tried turning my computer off and on again, and this is crazy. The internet came back, and I'm able to read my emails again. Oh, guess I got pretty lucky. I was pretty afraid I'd be in trouble because, you know, I thought I deleted the whole internet. Glad to hear it, Sharon. Please close your ticket if the issue is resolved. I don't know what that means. Don't worry, Shannon. It's been taken care of. Have a nice day. And I'm sorry to any of you that have worked IT support for the flashbacks that gave you.
These bankers can barely tie their shoes, but they're allowed to work on computers all day.
Must be hard, always being the smartest bloke in the room.
If only the rest of the world could be as switched on as you.
Fuck you both.
I just want to say that while I was griping with the incorrect Londonisms, the vocal performances are excellent, and the banter between them is fucking brilliant.
You're just too easy, mate.
Okay, so we got Roger Dulcie. What the fuck, Roger? Hi, Roger. Looks like you've been hitting the computer... you've been hitting the company site blocker a few times. Please don't visit explicit sites on the company devices or on company hours. It's awkward for me. Oh, sorry, Gav! You know, cannot help it. Sometimes need to look at some big titties. You know how it is, mate. Just don't tell the big boss. Roger, just because we're mates doesn't mean you can go look. You can be going to porn sites. I see which sites you're going to, and this shit is disturbing. Just do it on your own time, please. What? Roger says you can't see nothing. Right, then, does boob tube sound familiar? How about Dino Bang? Mate, what the fuck? Roger's like, mate, you ever see two T-Rexes having a romp? Oh, it's bloody majestic. This fucking game. Please, for the love of God, Roger, don't do it anymore. It's fine. you little bitch. By the way, please do not tell the big boss. Have you ever seen two T-Rexes having a romp? It's bloody majestic. The number says, I haven't worked IT, but my mum's over 70. Say no more. Oh, my accent's going all fucking wonky tonight. I want to apologise, Fiona. This accent's going to take a while to... It's going to be a lot of landing. Set Zero says, can confirm, IT, it really be like that sometimes. God. Alright, let's get into the system. Alright, so get status. Alright, everything's running fine. Oh. Server can't be reached. Something tells me we're not going to be able to get everything we need from this. Ah, piss.
Something wrong there, Gavin?
The fucking server isn't responding. Oh, it could be a million different things.
Where should we begin?
Well, I guess we should start by going to the server room to investigate.
Let me guess, that's where all the blood is.
And you have access to the server room?
Not quite. Oh, we'll need to find an ID card with the proper level of access. Barry had access to the server room. We find out what happened to him. Oh, we're also going to need the server room key cards. There are 2 of them.
Right, then. Let's get to it.
Okay. Fucking Gary's freaking out again. I guess his tranquilizers wore off. Killing me, mate. Painkillers, painkillers. Do not need to be more hyper. Let's give him a bit of the old doobly-doo apples and pears. There we go. Just have a little drinky drink. See? You're fine. Alright. I think we searched everything out of here. Alright. And we've got enough AP that we can just move through.
Intruders! Freeze!
Oh,
Get
fuck
your hands
off!
Up. Oh, what?
I'll open fire!
He almost looks like he means it.
Maybe. Let's just see how serious Wonder Boy really is.
And yes, Scotty is absolutely about to go. Alright, so... I feel like Shotty Too Hotty Man could be a problem. Thankfully, they can't hit for shit. Get him, Gary!
You're going down.
Oh! That person just got their fucking jaw broken. Alright, once again, our man's not looking so good, so just pummel everybody. It's fine, mate. It's fine. Bong! Now, Mr. Shotty Too Hotty, you gotta go, mate. And remember, everybody's weak to knife. Alright, so you can't overload a person. Just bring the bat in, mate. Ah, shit.
Oh, come on now.
We got this. Orzine, Watto, and welcome. Good evening to you. Welcome to a very, very LANDAN heist. Love to see it. Love to see it. Alright, so there's two server keys. We know where one of them is. One of them is in the sewer drain downstairs. So I say let's, well, try and get everybody patched up a little bit. Yeah, Gav definitely needs a lot more painkillers. Sally's a little nervous, but Sally's sturdy as, so we'll be fine. Oh yeah, so Orzine, so this is Sunday Gold, a future dystopian heist game. We play as Frank here. Frank's a heister and self-aggrandized Robin Hood of sorts. Joined by bruiser teammate Sally and disgruntled employee Gavin, who I keep calling Gary. I think it's the Pokemon thing. We are breaking into Gavin's work to try and steal a whole bunch of data so we can blackmail a rich arsehole. And by arsehole, I mean the current #1 winning dog owner in a cybernetic, necromantic dogfighting ring where animals are resurrected and cybernetically enhanced. Not even joking. We have started this heist and things are already going a little bit wrong. But the hook for this game, and it's fascinating, is that it's a heist game, right? Everything that you do on the heist is an action as part of your turn. And so how you choose to do things is kind of denoted by this turn-based element. So each character has action points. Looking at or observing something takes no action, but like moving it, picking it up, reading it, or searching through something can take a large number of actions. Also, like a lot of different games, it features both kind of like health in the traditional HP sense, but also composure. And so the idea is like, as you lose composure, your character has the possibility to freak out, and depending on different characters, their freak out points and what happens varies. When we begun this game, Frank and Sally, is it Frank? Yeah, Frank and Sally left behind a person they were working with. Anyway, let's go pick up the key from downstairs now. So where's the fucking drain? Restore power at the back of the car park. Oh, that's why we can't get to the bloody grate. Yeah, so then... Oh. We'll have Sally tear this off its bloody hinges. Then we'll have Gavin fix it up. That'll open the back garage, which lets us get the key, which we know that the probably dead guy has just fucking left. Alright. Because Sally's a little bit shaky from the nerves, It's a lot harder to keep this in place. Alright. Oh, jobs are good. Cheap sheet metal, no problem. Hada! Burnt out breaker! Added to Gary's inventory. Got everything I need in my toolkit. Ah, piss. Alright, good news, bad news, Gary. Good news is, I think you're going to like the idea. Yeah, so Gavin, good news, bad news. I need you to do some crushed up pills. So that hurt him a little, and it did mess with his composure because he just did a fat line. But because he's done a fat line, he's now like, whoa! Which means he can then go and repair the breaker. You know what, friends? I think we might finally have cracked the like narcotics as a game mechanic in a way that makes sense. Because I mean, we talked about this multiple times, but I haven't found many games that have accurately. Oh no, accurately is the wrong word. Obviously, we do not condone the use of illegal substances on this Twitch.television. None of us have ever done illegal substances, nor would we ever. But people in the world have done illegal substances, and often you find yourself asking, like, well, why? I mean, there's a bunch of reasons why people do substances in varying situations and varying contexts. And for the context of this conversation, also, I'm not talking about prescription drugs that people need to function or otherwise. I'm talking about, what would it be described as? Extra recreational substances. And it's often like I think of like, well, why would you do this? The Bethesda games have always struggled with it because, like, especially in the Fallout universe, like, drug use is supposed to be rampant. Jet addicts are all over. Jet being kind of like an inhalant. And it's always been very, very hard to... When you as the player encounter these substances, the benefits very, very infrequently outweigh the downsides. And I understand that. Like, artistically, that is a good thing to say, that overall doing drugs will hurt you more than it will help you. Kind of like the cigarettes in Metal Gear Solid. But in terms of the short-term benefits and the reasons to why people actually do consume substances themselves, it's been very hard to represent those. And I think we're getting a little bit of that now. You know, dropping, like, scoffing a few uppers whilst you're on a job so you can focus and get more done more quickly. It makes a kind of sense, right? But in longer form RPGs, like, the benefits never seem to be enough. But with this, time is our resource. You know, action points aren't just... What's the term? Action points aren't just how many times we can punch a person in the gob. It's how many times we can look through things, fix things, do things. And sometimes you need a very specific person to do a very specific job. So, Orzima says, if you worked in Hollywood, you'd have your reasons, so I've been told. Well, I mean, we know the science behind a lot of things. A lot of stimulants are also appetite suppressants. The term "No Sleep Till Brooklyn" is a music industry term for teams that would tour on the East Coast and would just stay awake. So what they would do is on the last leg of the tour, especially the crew for like setup and takedown, would just not sleep. And if you look up the term management diet, actually I don't know if management diet is something that Google management diet. Oh no, management diet just gives you a whole bunch of oh, that just gives you a bunch of really good advice from the CDC on how to eat healthy. Man, times have changed. Management diet is a term that I have heard in several industries, and what it usually means is performers having one meal a day and then using uppers essentially as an appetite suppressant to avoid being hungry for the rest. Now, Orzine, you are correct that caffeine and nicotine are also appetite suppressants. And again, I'm not recommending this. This is very bad. My coffee consumption is part of the reason why I ended up being so thin when I was working in games, because what happened is I get to work and have a coffee, and then I'm like, right, I'm in it. So I'm focused, I'm sending emails, I'm getting shit done. And then I just blitz through that, and then usually through lunch, and then about like 2-3 o'clock, my body suddenly kind of lurches to a halt and goes, wait a fucking second, we are starving. I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't eaten all day, because coffee means I don't feel it. And I've noticed that despite the fact that we have video games that are so prevalent with like thirst and hunger meters, we have very few games that adopt like appetite suppressants and things like that. And maybe it's because I'm playing a lot of Tarkov right now that I'm just like, it irks me that a person can die of thirst. The person can go from peak hydration to dying of thirst within 20 to 30 minutes. And it's just... yeah. Well, so Orzine, like, substance tolerance, you're right, is something that very few games even touch on. But the thing is, very few games have a way of showing you why drugs be good, right? And I'm often reminded of Berserk. So I'm talking about, like, you know, Guts, you know, swordsman of the Band of Hawk, Black Swordsman himself, and how his most powerful piece of kit is a piece of armor that lets him continue to fight even after he is busted and broken. Oh, Rishinobi says they've been playing Tarkov for 3 days straight since you made him single player. Yeah, and they just rolled out the streets and new updates. It's so weird how simultaneously exhilarating and lonely single-player Tarkov is. Last night, I went into the Interchange Mall with a 100-round mag and no fucks to give, and I came out soaked in blood, feeling like a god. That's another story. But anyway, so jumping back. The armor of the Berserk is a piece of kit that pins broken bones, stems wounds, and allows its user to continue despite like the pain and agony they would be in. It's called the Berserk armor because you'd have to be like just flush with blood rage to continue to use it. And I think this is a great hyperbole example of how you can look at the short-term benefits of things that will be overly detrimental to the self. Ironically, the dark cards from Mega Man Battle Network Challenge are a better representation of illegal substance consumption in video games than most of the illegal substances in video games. I mean, shit, the only thing Jet is good for in Fallout is stockpiling and then selling. Major fracture detected. Morphine administered. The amount of time Gordon Freeman takes morphine in a 24-hour period. Dude should be in a fucking coma, but that's a story. Yeah. Rishinobi, I've been learning so much about, like, late game Tarkov. Oh, it's so much fun. And there's a new revolver in Tarkov that's just got beastly rounds. So occasionally I'll just spawn in with a revolver, 5 extra bullets, and let's just see where the night takes us. You know what, Fred? You make an incredibly good point that games are very bad at showing emotional trauma, what makes it hard for them to show the use of drugs, self-medicate, for trauma. That is an excellent point. And it's... I mean, things like Darkest Dungeon do a good job of showing the effects of conflict and how trauma is generated in... I mean in big sweeping overhands, but yeah. Games aren't good at showing trauma. And I mean, it's a space we can go into, because like, I mean, I've been very open about, well, obviously I've never taken illegal substances in my life, but if I ever had, it was because I was going through a bunch of shit which I wasn't processing. I wasn't using healthy coping mechanisms, and so when those problems spilled over, they became big problems, and I used alcohol and the company of others as a stopgap. Obviously, I didn't go so far as doing loads of uppers with loads of strange people. No. As again, we don't condone illegal substances, but...
Thank you, Fries.
Thank you, Fries! Aw, I get thank you, Fries, because I let Fiona have my Masani. A little shot glass of ketchup. Okay. Yeah, so Orzine, having the audience connect with the characters is worth it. Now, with this, we are mechanically invested in the, I don't want to say mental health, but the immediate emotional state of our characters. Because if we fuck up... Oh, Gavin repaired the thing. Okay, so like, the reason why Gavin's doing like fat lines and shit is because Gavin's the noob out of the three of them. He's not a good person, obviously, but Gavin has never been a heister before. He's never stolen shit. So he's fucking jumpy. So if he gets a little bit nervous, he starts getting jumpy. At like halfway through his stress meter, he becomes incredibly afraid of death, which is a natural response. And then at like the 35%, he becomes like crazy paranoid. But the other two, while seasoned professionals, are still humans, and their emotions can still get the better of them. So they're essentially drinking on the job to maintain that. So Cent Zero, is Tarkov worth it? I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I fell off playing it mainstream, and I got a press coffee, lol. I used to be able to get press coffees at GDC. I got a press copy of Tarkov a gajillion years ago. So I never spent any money on it. And this was before the devs were like, oh, women can't do shooty gun bang. Alright, fuck off, mate. But even if we take the developers' obnoxious stance out of it, as a game, you need to play with a squad. Solo play is possible, especially as a scav, but it is a slow, frustrating, tedious process. And the meta of the game is incredibly hard to engage with, because you need to reach a certain level before you can buy and sell items to other players. But during that period, the only way you can make money is by selling items to NPCs. So without knowing it, you could be shifting things that would have you set for months. But depending on how far it's been since the last big update that caused a reset, the meta of other characters might have completely taken off. So they might already be using, you know, tier 6 ammo, tier 6 armor, and there's you just kind of derping around in your fancy high-vis vest getting, like, decked on. Shinobi, I'd have to have a look at which of the new 3 revolvers it is, but it's the big chunky one with the 5-chamber. But what we're playing, Cent Zero, is a modded version of Tarkov. You still have to buy a copy of the game, and it does not change or modify your account in any way, shape, or form, so it doesn't violate the EULA. But it essentially means that you can play a just you version in a self-contained little bubble universe. It's still very tense, it's still very challenging, but in a very, very different way. But yeah, unfortunately, to answer your question, I don't know. What I would say is that if you're on the fence about a game to play, did you do Attica yet? Or Abaca? No, it's Attica. Because while that's not as hardcore, it's definitely a an open world game that really respects you and your time, which I'm all about. Now, feelers, we definitely need to discuss that when we do a run-through of Disco Elysium, but yeah, Disco Elysium's commentary on substances is fucking fascinating, in that there doesn't appear to be any kind of addiction mechanic. I mean, it's clear that your character has a fucking problem, but there's no like, oh, you haven't taken substances in the last, 2 in-game hours, receive a negative penalty. But as you get towards the end game, where you need those high rolls, where you need those substances, you find out that you're running out of what you have to function. That by the game's own supply, you do not have enough of what you need to get through. And then suddenly, bam, you realize your character is addicted. That's fucking powerful. Yeah, and Moose, I do think some of the some tabletop systems have done some good stuff like Shadowrun. But I'm always way out of my depth when we're talking about like the actual design and implementation of tabletop. Sorry, I'm just going to grab that link for Cent Zero. So, yeah, there we go. So Cent Zero, if you do decide to pick up Tarkov, like, you're not going to get shunned by us by any means or yelled at. But this is the game that I would recommend if you're looking for a core single-player experience. It's indie, and it has 2 game modes, Campaign and Zone Patrol. You want to play Zone Patrol, just trust me on that. And it is hardcore, it is different, it is weird. It's closer to like Stalker or any of those like pre-Fallout 3 kind of open world games. And you get to play the whole game with a fucking gravity gun. I absolutely fell in love with Attica, and even after we finished streaming, I binged it for days. And as of the newest patch, you can have a dog friend. Yeah. Won't tell you how, but you can have a friend who's a dog. Okay. Alright. Alright, Frank. Let's fucking go. Alright, and we've got skill points to spend. Okay, so Frank's now got access to get 2 more skills. Evasive Strike. Keen-Eyed grants additional information about enemies when targeting them. Oh, so we've got that. It's just that if we want to improve on it. Let's wait and see if Keen-Eyed actually is useful for us. Okay, I think reassuring presence, definitely. Azerb's not been super useful. And Frank being able to stab things quicker would be great. So we're going to go light melee. And leadership. So Frank can stop the other 2 from freaking out. With Sally, we can increase crit, but honestly, at this point, it's just... At this point, it's just, please punch harder, Sally. We need you. And... We could improve patch up. It's feckin' handy in a fight. And that's a 15% free heal anytime we're in a scrap. Yeah, let's go for that. And then we can work on crits and stuff later. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Oh yeah, and Rishinobi. No, I completely understand. Like, one of the things I'm really looking forward to is another team doing Tarkov's bit better than that. Because, like, I am a gun nerd kid. A lot of people, I guess I don't really talk about it. Like, oh, and also, like, it's a complicated conversation, you know. You know, guns aesthetically and mechanically in video games are, let's be honest, fucking cool. Guns in the real world are fucking scary, as they are incredibly simple pieces of machinery designed to kill people. You know, there's a part of me that does miss living in non-armed countries because you can just kind of appreciate guns for being cool as shit. You don't have to worry about them. But that's another story. But yeah, I do think in video games that's an entirely fine way to explore firearms as a concept, and you can have all of the plus sides and none of the downsides. You know, Tarkov's realistic firearm simulation stuff is some of the best in the business, in a Unity game, I might add. And I also appreciate that Tarkov isn't afraid to let you be wrong. I'm just searching some of the leftover lockers we didn't get stuff. Alright. Got some more. Okay, so we should be able to open that. Oh, that is blood. That is blood. I have a bad feeling about this. Shouldn't have examined the blood, and now everybody's jumpy again. Alright, so we have to fill the drain to raise the key. Ugh. Okay. But what I will say, like, on the firearms discussion is that it is interesting how a larger portion of the games that we play, they are the main form of expression. And I got talking to this with Perios 1,000 years ago, and we were talking about the difference between Tarkov and Destiny. Because here's the thing. In both of those games, you kind of sort of play as somebody, right? Both have surprisingly limited character customization options. Both are primarily played from the first person, with some exceptions. But for both, your main form of expression in the space is shooting bullets at things, right? And so the thing that you spend the most amount of time looking at or experiencing the world through is your shooty gun bang. And so with those games, it's almost more accurate to say that the weapons you choose are what represents the self rather than the character. Now, Moot, you're entirely right. Destiny's guns are at their core magic swords. They're magic, impossible, you know, contraptions, and I find that totally fascinating. Hey, Phyllis, it is nae stress. Like, do nae worry. If it happens, brilliant. If it doesn't, then it is entirely fine. But the reason why I want to go back on that one is that with Destiny, there's almost an evolution of your equipment. That as you play more, you find more and more fantastical things until you find things that you feel represent you in the space, either because of how they look or because of what they do. Tarkov's a fascinating one because you essentially Tamagotchi these little creations until you lose them, and then you start again. By which I mean, you find a shooty gun bang in Tarkov, and maybe it's a bit beat up, maybe it's got some stuff you like, some stuff you don't. So you get in a new fancy handle and maybe a new little stock, and then you swap out a bit, and then maybe you put a laser or a flashlight. Oh shit, later on you find a fucking rangefinder? That's awesome. That person you just took out, gorgeous scope. Hey, we cracked open a military crate and I found this, like, this cool bright red handguard. And slowly, this thing that you learn to use becomes yours. But the offset is that at any point, you could get clacked in the gob and lose it. And so the value placed on the object is because of its possible finality, right? You can buy another one after, but it's not going to be the same one, right? And I find that fucking fascinating, because I love my Sunshot. Also, if any of you have Twitch Prime, the Sunshot is my favorite gun in Destiny. You can just get it through like the Twitch, Destiny, Twitch. They're not Twitch drops, it's like Twitch freebies. So you get the Sunshot and you get a skin for it. So if you haven't done that, do that. But the Sunshot is my favorite. And so I get it and I run around and I'm like, kablap, 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 kablap. The Sunshot special ability is that if, Orzine, like Amazon Prime locked in. So if you have Twitch Prime, you get a whole bunch of goodies free just because. I think it came from when they were trying to turn Twitch into a video game selling platform as well. It should be the little icon that looks like a crown. Like, if I'm here, then it should be over that way. God, I wish I could point to things on your screen. So have a look. There may be some stuff for games that you play. Yeah, I got through a whole talk about Twitch Prime without mentioning Twitch Prime subs. Check me out. But yeah, my favorite gun, Destiny. Its special ability is that if you kill somebody with your big pistol, they explode in a fiery fireball. So you can just create this fucking fireworks display of Forsaken and Vex, and it doesn't stop being fun. But it's also really powerful, and it's fucking good to fire. You gain a sense of self-expression through that. Tarkov has a very unique thing that I haven't encountered in a lot of other titles, and that is you get given a gun. And it might not be a kind of gun that you like, you know, either based on personal experience or based on what you tend to pick when you play shooters. But it's the best one you've got, damn it. And so you're like, well, shit, I don't have enough money to buy the Daka I want, so feck it, let's make you work. So you pick up some ammo, you bolt some stuff together, and you trundle out, and then you have a good time with it. And you're like, oh okay, I enjoyed this, and I won. Alright, but that doesn't matter. This is my throwaway gun, so I'll bolt some more stuff onto it. Doesn't matter. And then before you know, it's become something that you have like a history and an identity with. And it leads to this fascinating thing I've seen in certain players called gun retirement, where you get to the point where you have such an emotional attachment to this in-game shooty gun bang that you put it in your inventory and it stays there. You look at it when you're like selling and changing stuff, but you don't take it out because you've become emotionally attached to it and you don't want to lose it. It's different from the threat of loss from something that you see as expensive. You know, if you karate chop my character on the back of the neck and you pick up my spangly Ginger 9000 shooty gun bang, you might take that back to base and never use it in the field because it's perceived value. The shooty gun bang 9000 being the most expensive gun of all guns to ever gun bang, as I'm sure you well know. But you might keep it in your inventory for that rainy day. You know, that Resident Evil mentality, that, you know, I'm only going to use small potions kind of setup. Oh yeah, no, Crux, I'm calling us all the fuck out here. But the emotional attachment that is created from the customization and improvement on a piece of kit in a space that has a large amount of customization is fascinating. And yes, I do find myself doing the same. You know, there was one run where I took a, what was it? It was a bloody Glock. I took a bloody Glock out because I had nothing else left. And I didn't want to spend money on armor and weapons and stuff, so I'd gotten this off some guy, bundled some bullets into it, duct taped it on orc style, and just ran out in my pants. And I managed to win a fight against the guy. And so I took all his stuff. I'm no longer in my pants. I'm wearing someone else's. And then they didn't have anything really good shooty gun bang, so I just kept using this one little pistol. And I cleaned house with that. I trundled out of there like a happy, I don't know, like a happy little honey badger laden with goodies and murder. And from some other guy, I picked up like a stock and a cool barrel I could put on, and then a thing that let me put some, and I got like a slide, and then I had this like abomination. And I took it out a couple times, and it was fucking great. And then I went to go for it again another time, and I found myself going, no. What if I lose it? What if it doesn't come back with me? Oh no. And that is what I would like to see emulated in other titles. I don't want to see the fear of loss from stopping people. I want to see the emotional attachment presenting them with a choice. Oh, well then Moose, that'll be fascinating. That'll be something we can have a look at, like, later on. Okay, so we can't... So this thing's got no power. No power, no spinny thing. So we've got to change that. And let's pick the fence locker, because apparently that's just how we do today. Nailed it! Unlocked, but still won't budge. Let's get Sally to help with this. Alright. Yeah, so it's missing a dial and it's not powered on. Oh yes, Rishinobi. So jumping back, thank you for reminding me, they do still give away free games on Twitch Prime. And if you are short on funds, some of the games they give away on Twitch Prime are fucking good games. Fuck sticks. There we go. Have you noticed everybody in our team is wearing a body camera? No one's mentioned that. Well, there's Barry.
Ugh, what the fuck?
Okay, none of you can get freaked out. You've been killing people all night.
Oh shit. It's Barry.
Fucking Barry.
Oh god. What the hell happened to him?
Nothing worse than you've done to that bloke with a baseball bat, mate.
It's a lot of blood for just one man.
Gavin, what did he do here?
He was head of... Oh, fuck. Head of...
Chernobylite! Okay. I just realised that I gave you none of the wind-up for that. I'm going to need to go get some water in a second. Chernobylite.
Maintenance?
Don't let me forget
Good
that.
times? Security?
Yeah, security. He was head of security.
So, he may have the server room keycard we're looking for.
Oh, goody. I guess we'll have to search him.
Hooray. Yeah. Sally's already a bit nervous. Sorry, Frank, but you're the most level-headed.
His chest is completely ripped up. Like it was torn apart or...
Robo-dogs.
This is hardcore, even for the Scots. Maybe that new Ivan gang that just hit town?
Oh, you think a hitman, like a mob hitman, did this?
Well, mate, I hardly doubt it was a letter open in mishap.
You've seen hits like this before?
Not firsthand, but I've known a few former associates who have had rough endings. Never this messy, though.
Yeah, our Frank's gonna need a stiff fucking drink after this. And here's the slight problem, is every time we click on an area, we click the same place twice, he still takes the composure debuff. From looking through his... Oh. Here's the server room key. Okay. Frank's gonna need a lot of booze. Frank's bag. Let's have... How you doing? Much better. Good stiff drink, you're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Okay. Hold that thought. I'm just gonna go grab a quick... Okay, sorry about this, friends. I understand, like, it's getting to be a pretty quiet evening, but honestly, I know I'm kind of half ignoring the game. I really hope you lot take the time to play this for yourself, because I think this is more of a personal experience than a group game, but I'm fucking loving it. But Chernobylite had one of the best features that I don't know if we talked about, but it feels fucking relevant for this. So, they're not sponsoring me yet, but maybe one day. Liquid Death. Murder your thirst. Death to plastic. Don't look at my Gundams that are all made of plastic. There was an incredible feature in Chernobylite that is barely fucking talked about. So you can see this has like a composure meter, right? Chernobylite had stress, I believe. But a similar system where you have both your health and your mental health as two separate stat bars. But there was something that was fucking brilliant about it. So you're playing as, I think you're supposed to be a scientist or a doctor at the beginning, but you are not a shooty gun bangsman. Honestly, this is your first trip out to the zone. Now, Chernobylite is a heist game based around the Chernobyl exclusion zone. You have returned to the zone to find your wife, to see what happened, and maybe bust open the conspiracy as to what's happening inside the reactor. It's a really, really good game. And it is absolutely worth your time. The fact is that you can plan and retry the heist as many times as you'd like, and there are some great mechanics for adjusting parts of the story as you play through. But the thing I want to talk about is killing. So, Chernobylite plays like, maybe not like Stalker. The idea is every day you can visit one part of the exclusion zone. So you can go to the old school, you can go to the old park, you know, the residential area, etc. You have varying missions and things that change day in, day out. You make friends. They can also go off and get goodies for you. It's fucking brilliant. But you are not a shooty gun bangsmith. You are not a fighter. You're a person. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it seem as if... No, but okay. And let me get to my point. If somebody attacks you, like, be it a zombie, be it, you know, somebody with a gun runs at you and shooty ducka, and you shoot them back, you're fine. But if you shoot someone in the back of the head in cold blood, unprovoked, you suffer an emotional penalty. You take a stress hit because what you've done is you've just chosen to take a life with no provocation. Yes, it is the smart play in the long run, but overall, what you have just done is taken a life of... Sorry, I'm trying to phrase this correctly. Having a little bit of an old linguistical control gear shift. And Scott, actually, here's the irony, is the tap water here isn't that bad. Not comparable to, like, London. Like, we don't have to descale the kettle. It's carbonated water, and I like carbonated water. It comes in these tall boy cans, which has helped me curb my drinking a little bit. And if you leave it in the fridge to get cold, it's fucking lovely. Scotty says they struggle to shoot someone in the back of the head, to be honest. And Fearless, I love a lot of the stress systems in tabletop RPGs. I don't know them as well. And sometimes their direct implementation can be kind of weird and different. Anyway, the thing that struck me about Chernobylite is that if you sneak up behind somebody and you stick a dagger in their neck and hold them while they die, that's a fucking traumatic thing to do. Even if you are doing that for the right causes, like the human condition, we have empathy for others, you know? Not having that is a condition. You know, we often joke about, like, you know, psychopaths and sociopaths and stuff like that, but it is a condition. Not caring about others, it counters the human experience. But when your adrenaline is fired up, you know, when you are under threat, when the fight and flight kicks in and you choose to be a fighty bird, that's a very different experience. Now, Rishinobi, the reason why we never struggle when shooting people in game is that actually it's about 15 different fucking things. But sometimes we are the hero, other times we are put in a state of conflict through contest, not conflict through emotion. Let's go back to PUBG. The conflict of contest is that you have to kill the baddies to get their stuff and get out. But if they kill you, you lose your stuff. You are in contest with the NPCs of the world in a mechanical sense. And in an emotional sense, there is an us and them. You are not an NPC. Now, Tarkov also has the whole scav system, and that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. There are also... Video games are built on the backs of you being the hero, you being the good guy. The idea that you, and not just your character, but you as the player, you are the agent of change for good. In shooty gunbang games, it is you who takes up the rifle, who takes up the gun, who will save this land, who will save the day, the people, the space fleet, you know, all of humanity. You are going to do that because you take up the weapon and save the day. And I'm not dissing on that. And I'm not saying that every game should make you feel fucking guilty for gunning down a bunch of people. I love Sniper Elite in all its entirety, because you know what? After a hard day, when life gets me down, blowing off Nazi testicles will never not be soothing. Scotty, I think you're thinking of Saving Private Ryan, because that one kind of shocked everybody. Though Inglourious Basterds does have its moments. But what Chernobylite does in that moment, by making there be a penalty to stealth kills, is it says that, maybe not to you the player, because the game's not trying to make you feel emotionally or narratively guilty in that moment, but it is showing you that you are playing as someone. And that someone cannot just kill with impunity. It hurts them to do this. It's the shit that's going to keep them awake at night for the rest of their life. Like, and holy fuck, that is a powerful thing to say in a story game. And especially considering it's open world, it is up to you how much of that you engage with. And for that reason, I think Chernobylite is one of the great games. Plus, it's fucking fun, it's fucking cool, and it's a nice, fresh twist on the whole heist game. And Phyllis, you're right, that Dwarf Fortress does do similar systems, but when you think about in Dwarf Fortress, we are merely the architects of the dwarves. We are their mystical keeper. We sit in the space almost akin to their kind of like guiding hand of fate. Okay. Okay, I don't see a way to turn this truck on. So I might have to take a turn. But yeah, in Dwarf Fortress, we are merely... yeah, the guiding hand of fate. It's not asking us to be the dwarves. Do you know what I mean? I mean, in fact, one of the things that's so powerful about Darkest Dungeon... oh. Had a little bit of a panic moment there. Because our mental health is down, the chance of us freaking out is much higher.
Son of a bitch!
Just rush this guy down.
Gotcha.
Job's a good one. Hey up, Gavin! Oh, Gavin can make grenades. Love it. Though honestly, we'll probably be spending points on useful shit for Gavin. But yeah, jumping back. So with things like Dwarf Fortress, with Darkest Dungeon, the stress that the characters are put under is thematically important, but we're not supposed to feel that. Darkest Dungeon, without spoiling too much, Darkest Dungeon is about making us choose between the health and well-being of our adventurers and the success of our operation. Because the best thing that you can do is rake adventurers over your knee like disposable Lego figures. The quickest way to advance in Darkest Dungeon is start the operation, turn the light out, drive your adventurers past the brink of madness, and then discard them like they're fucking nothing. Like, how fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? Yeah. Fearless, like, I think we're saying the same thing here, like, fucking spot on. But with Darkest Dungeon is a game that pushes us to choose evil. Like, it's almost like it's trying to say to us, here is how good people go bad. Whereas with games that involve us on a direct action level, how they define our morality and how they make us feel is a very complex thing, you know? The only other example I can really think of when it comes to like that direct morality, again, like Metro 20, the Metro series, 2020, is it 2033 is the first one? God, I forget. But there are moral choice points throughout the Metro games that don't feel like moral choice points. So, you know, if you encounter a monster that's not directly attacking you and kind of huddling behind, it's like huddling in a corner and not going for you. If you clack it down, as you've basically been trained to through the whole game, you realize that it was just defending its little nest. Now, in a way, that's kind of fucking mean. That's a bit of an ambush trick. But there are other moments like, you know, there's a kid who's asking for bullets to give a tour of the underground, and you know it's a fucking scam. But do you give them that bullet anyway? Like, do you show essentially charity to this kid in spite of what you're being told mechanically? Shit like that, I think is really interesting to crack into. But also, if this doesn't tell you to play Chernobylite, you should play Chernobylite. Alright, I guess there's not really anything to be doing down here. We don't have a way to turn the power on, so... yeah, we gotta head back up the elevator. And I think we gotta go into the bloody room of bad times. What a mess. The card read is completely offline. Okay, so there's no way to get into there. We turn the bloody truck on. And also, like... and maybe we need to have, like, the right person... Alright. You nervy bugger. Give me a once-over. What have I missed? I haven't missed anything. Yeah, I know it's missing a bloody knob. Knobs all over this bloody place. Oh, sorry, but I realised I'd driven this conversation all over the shop. I guess what I wanted to conclude with a little bit on the discussion is that in a lot of games, firearms are the only means we have of expressing ourselves in a space. And any game that takes that and treats it with a level of respect will always have my attention. And... it's one of the reasons why I find myself coming back to a few specific titles, you know what I mean? Now again, I just want to re-preface this. I don't think that every game needs to judge you emotionally for wanting to do a shooty gun bang. It is okay to play Wolfenstein The New Order and just fucking kill Nazis. You are golden. Just remember that Wolfenstein The New Colossus, it is a lot. It is a lot to take in, my friends. So it is not to be played casually. Halo is feckin' brilliant. Halo is semi entirely guilt-free shooty gun bang. Now, if you go into the narrative reasons for, you know, Master Chief's creation and what happened before, you can be like, ugh! But honestly, it makes it feel a little bit more grounded. Like, humanity as a bunch of wibbly apes wouldn't create an army of super soldiers for the betterment of mankind. They'd create it to get away with some shady shit. If you don't know the story, TLDR is basically the Spartans from Halo were created to quell an uprising of the outer planets against the Earth government, because they were the outer planets were kind of sick of their shit, and Earth was like, what if we make super soldiers? They made them in a very heinous way. They would kidnap children, replace them with clones of them that would all have terminal diseases. Then condition and chemically alter those children into being super soldiers, and then send them out to eventually kick in a whole bunch of poorly armed human rebels just fighting for freedom. However, during this process, aliens! And so the Spartans are retasked with saving humanity. Spartans are then built, more Spartans built later on, so on and so forth. But good old Master the Chief was not made to do good, but does good. You know, the Covenant believe in the extermination of all life through religious doctrine. And while you can argue that the Covenant's subjugation and assimilation of other races isn't inherently evil, if they achieve their goal, all life in the universe can go fucking do one. Like, there's not... While they are not... Their output will always be bad. Actually, let's access the computer again. Maybe we can... See, maybe we can turn the truck on remotely or something. Nah. Okay. So our numbers, like, I'd have to look into that, but like, yeah, when you take up the big green booties of one John Master the Chief, you are running from an alien battleship that seeks to kill you and everybody that you know, as you are getting secret coordinates to the Halo ring. You head there. You try and save the day. There's a robot, AI, that tries to get you to kill everybody, and then the Flood get let out. That's funny. But suffice it to say, you are the closest to just being a force for good in that world. I do love talking about these ones, because often, like... Oh yeah, so Kakazi, that's why I hesitate to call the Covenant evil, because they are chasing Ascension, because they misunderstood the Forerunners' warnings and treated the Forerunners as their gods, and because of the doctrine that they had created from the teachings of the Forerunners, believed that Ascension for the whole galaxy was the goal of their religion. Whereas actually, it was a major misunderstanding, and it were bad. Oh yeah, also it didn't help the prophets were evil. Anyway, from the player's perspective, you are a force of good in that space. And it just means that you can kind of... Oh, I don't know if it necessarily matters. It is entirely possible for you to play an experience where you are thematically not the goodie, where you are doing bad. And that does not reflect on the experience or the person. The time it becomes problematic is where a piece of art is putting forward a concept or an idea that is repugnant and covering it, or mistakenly putting it forward. I'm trying to think of some examples. So, okay, Agent 47, Hitman. Hitman His entire being is killing. He kills for money, he kills for clients. He's not a hero, he's not a good guy. He's a fucking killer for hire who had his body and psyche chemically altered so he feels no guilt or remorse. Yeah, John Hitman. He is not good. But in the world of Hitman, you are not... In the world of Hitman, you are doing your job, and how cleanly or how effectively you do it is up to you. But the game makes some very important distinctions. Mercilessly killing people who have nothing to do with your job is discouraged and penalized. So if we look at it as a piece of art, it says that John Hitman is a bloke what do kill good, and for you to be him, you do not kill innocent people. XT Johnny XP, the Far Cry games say things artistically in a lot of different ways, and that would take a lot to break down. But what I was going to bring up was Bioshock Infinite, which does not seek to say bad things artistically, but ends up doing it. Bioshock Infinite says that the rebels are as bad as the people they overthrow. That the choice of whether or not to punish bad people is ultimately pointless. And these are the things that I disagree with. Now, I do not believe the team who made Bioshock Infinite set out to make a game that said, hey, you know, the oppressed slave classes of this world are just as bad as the rich people. But it's ultimately what it ends up saying. And that's fucked up, right? It doesn't seek to say that, you know, all change that you make is pointless and meaningless when fighting against systematic racism. But that's what comes out. You know? And I believe, because overall the thematics of Bioshock Infinite is the illusion of choice. And the whole... I mean, it always comes back to the, do you choose the cage or the bird? Everyone chooses the bird. But you spin them together and the bird is always in the cage. The illusion of choice. The illusion of freedom. Yeah, kind of. So they frame it in an equally clumsy way. But the thing is, this is where we talk about the difference between like the art and the craft of it. I do not believe that the Bioshock Infinite team set out to say that with what they were making. I think because of rewrites and reworks, what came out of it was clumsy and accidentally said the wrong thing artistically, you know? But the game doesn't reward you for doing atrocities. It's not overtly trying to tell you that you should be bad, that you should treat, you know, the revolution as badly as the oppressive, awful white rich people, you know? Legend, the more important question is, are you still here? Yeah, the game's kind of fallen to the wayside as a bit of background. It's very, 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 very good. But I kind of want to talk with all of you lot a bit more. Oh, there we go. So there's the valve. We can use that to work on the truck. See, there we go. Legend's like, physically, I just got back. Mentally, I'm in space. Yeah, and Kakazi, I think that's entirely a valid way of looking at Bioshock Infinite. And it happens in all kinds of commercial media, you know. Sometimes in very broad strokes, sometimes in subtle ways. But sometimes through the process of making art, the concessions we have to make art within a budget cause us to misstep and say things we didn't intend to. Like, I'd love a remake of Bioshock Infinite. I think they could do great stuff with it, but I have a feeling that that whole thing's in a great big quagmire of a mess. Yeah, hey Legend, I hope your workday was good as well. But yeah, so these are the things where it's real important with what art says. And I understand that I've become internet famous, or at least I had my 15 minutes of internet fame, for saying, hey, don't play a game because of reasons. But again, and we're not going to go back down that topic because we've covered it so many times, but that was because of the things around the art, not the art itself. So. Oh, and again, Legend, congratulations. Well, cool. And I guess going back, I don't think that every game where you play shitty gunbang, do you have to question your character's morality or how it affects them. It's okay in Destiny that your Guardian just guns down fucking hundreds of thousands of creatures across the galaxy. It's fine. You know? We don't have to look at it through a critical lens. Destiny's also fascinating because with each expansion and edition, what and who your Guardian is in the grand scheme of things changes ever so slightly. Like, in the beginning, you're basically like the immortal intergalactic shoot cops, I guess, empowered by a great big volleyball because of reasons. And by the end of it, like, humanity is trying to like unite like the Fallen and the Crow space people and become like this, I don't know, intergalactic UN, but also helping make sure the Vex don't break space-time. You know, don't even try and unpack the Destiny lore if you're not ready for a Homestuck-style deep dive. Kakazi says their project controls in their day job, which is a different industry but same budgetary struggles. Yeah, it's a real challenge. And it's also, it's why I talk about the business of games as much as I talk about like mechanics and how they make us feel. Because here's the thing, what if through smart budgeting you were able to have those reviews and make those changes? Like, what is fucking blowing my mind about this game? Limited animations, absolute heavy focus on illustration, and an over-the-top kind of independent comic art vibe. For those of you who have just joined us, if you have a look at the three icons, see how they're moving? And how their face style moves. Their face movements change dependent on their stress level. But here's the thing. It's still just the OG illustration. They're using image manipulation software to take an illustration and tweak it and change it. And it fucking works. You know, you can see a little bit of the stretch and squish every now and then, but it's the same kind of stuff they use to take like old paintings and make them sing songs on social media. Yeah, make sure Vex don't break space-time. Too late, but maybe not, but maybe too late. Oh. Sorry, these conversations are why I fucking love video games. Because you can surface read a video game and just have a fucking great time. Again, you can just run around and go daka 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 and live your fucking best life, and you're not playing it wrong. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, you didn't watch the director's commentary with the full extended scenes? You didn't read the novella that explained the intent of this particular scene? How dare you grace my stream with your ignorance? Because games are an experience medium. It's like, sometimes the art asks something of us, a particular mechanic, some complicated elements. Occasionally we get asked to engage in things outside of the experience to understand it, if we wanna, but at the end of the day, your experience is valid. It's not wrong. It's really hard to play a game wrong. And in some regards, where you are, more often than not, that's the fault of the title, you know? I know I'm quoting stuff that we all know, but from Dan Olsen's work, the Press X to Pay Respects is one of the best examples of just bad game. Because we're asked to engage in an act which we neither feel nor has any bearing on anything else mechanically, and if we don't engage with it, there's no progression. It is a scene without agency or potency that comes across as darkly comic. You know what? An angel, that's fine. Sometimes you just want to grow your pumpkins and court your bae. Stardew Valley. Sometimes you just want to install a polyamory mod. Court them all. That's fine too. And the thing is, yeah, Re-Shinobi, we did get very distracted, but this game is fucking brilliant, and I don't feel bad just nattering and supporting it, you know what I mean? One thing that I also want to add is, like, because, you know, this started from, you know, Re-Shinobi saying that single-player Tarkov's taken over their life. It's entirely fine to build an incredibly fancy, realistic gun and go clack people in the gob and steal their beans. That's fine. In fact, emergent narrative is where I tend to find myself gravitating towards these days. But that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. You know? There's nothing wrong with seeking that heart in your mouth feeling. You know, your arms barely bleed, is bandaged and back together, but, you know, you're going to make it out. You've got stuff on your back. Your character is tired. They're thirsty. Like, can you make it to that exit point and then you hear feedies? What do? Engage, run, grenade, panic, lie down, panic again? It's all valid. And yeah, Kite-ish. I mean, that's why I fucking love Sea of Thieves. And tomorrow we're going to play it and we're going to check out the bank. There's been a bunch of new buildings on Newcomb Isle, which you might know as New Golden Sand. And the current prevailing community theory is that my in-game dad is going to get his own statue. Fucking love it. Though if it turns out to be Pendragon getting a statue, I'm going to wee on it. Not quite sure how that's going to work mechanically yet, don't ask me. But no, Sea of Thieves is brilliant because it is essentially one great big sandbox with very simplistic outcome and no immediate loss, and yet it creates this wonderful tense experience. The three Vom bucket salute. I think that's what we'll have to do, Legend. If it ends up being Pendragon, the gangliest himbo. But yeah, so Legend and those of you who just joined us this evening, one of the things that I cannot say enough is... There we go. So now I've still got to power this bloody truck. And our bloody hacker is still tweaking, because I did give him a lot of drugs. There's the control panel. It's not like an immediate button or anything. Okay, sorry. So Kakazi says they agree with what makes games awesome. It's an incredible way to present an author's ideas, an intended user experience, and yet there are so many ways a user could have to create their own experience, intentionally or unintentionally. Yes. There was a big push back in the mid 2010s of, in the early 2010s of people doing editorial content around like pacifist playthroughs of non-pacifist games. Of people actively going out of their way to create an experience which was in complete contrast to what the experience was trying to be. I think the pacifist run of Far Cry 2 is the one most people think of as one of like the gangbusters for that. Right, now someone did mention what about the Far Cry games earlier, and the problem with the Far Cry games is they became too successful. That was kind of where they, I don't want to say ate shit, but I've got to find a way to power up this bloody truck. Now we'll check the lift upstairs. Okay, sorry, but which I mean, so like the Far Cry series was originally essentially like cool tech demos that you would engage with alongside. What's this pamphlet? Oh yeah, no, do not like. Sorry, yeah, the Far Cry games were a tech demo for, you know, the Cry engine. It were fine. Far Cry 1, you run and you shoot and you gun and you bang. Far Cry 2 tried to put an emotional narrative and a lot more consequence into your actions, but it was a bit too far. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make a game about... Yeah, I can't make a game that is set in Africa, and I love the fact that they put together something that would make people stop and question their involvement in certain areas. Oh yeah, we can't get to the server here, can we? Fucker. A lot of people kind of came into the series on Far Cry 3, which was incredible. Far Cry 3's artistic message is fascinating, and it's not all hits, by the way. You know, there's a big conversation about the white guy savior complex that it puts in. Shit, there's a better term for it. Oh, people use it when referring to dances with wolves and shit. God damn it. It's a narrative trope where you have an indigenous population and a white guy shows up, and by virtue of being a white guy, he has the power to save all their problems. Is it just called the white savior complex? I got it right. Okay, thank you, Kaiish. So Far Cry 3 suffers from that a little, but you know, and the fact that you get like the big tribal tattoo on your arm and stuff like that made people kind of go, ooh. But artistically, what it ends up saying is fucking fascinating, because it's another one of those like flip the mirror on you. You play as Chad Chaddington. You play as the broest of bros. If a group of scientists were asked to craft a bro in a lab, that's who you are. And your squad of friend bros all go on fucking holiday together, extreme style. You know, it is your gap year. You're doing shots in the club, and then like your guy, who's also called Chad for some reason, he meets a guy, and they know about like an island that nobody's been to, and like, fuck it, let's blow our trust fund, let's skydive onto a hidden island and shit. The hidden island is a pirate hangout. The whole island is run by pirates. It's pirates. It's full of pirates. So, you all land, you are immediately kidnapped by real pirates with AKs, and you are presumably going to be held and ransomed back to your family or killed. You break out, and then thus begins a pretty unremarkable video game angle. You get a melee weapon, as is the done thing in this day and age of shooting gunbangs, and you pick up some guns and you start getting shit done. You run around, you kill some stuff. It's very by the numbers video gamey in that regard. Now, gameplay-wise, I think Jim put it best in that Far Cry 3 is this perfect bite-sized paradise. Little well-crafted set pieces set within this huge sandbox that you can tackle to your heart's content. It's fucking great. There's nothing quite like unleashing an angry tiger on a bunch of pirates with a rifle and just cackling to yourself. It's great. Anyway. Well, Angel Kalina, gap year is a rich people thing. I think it happens in the US as well as the UK, but it's when people take a year off between either school and university, or like university and like actual work. It's a thing that people who don't have to fucking work for their families, work to support their families, get to do because they have stupid money. But anyway, the game really starts swinging for 1,000. Not when you meet Vance, who is an incredible villain. Now, it is when you meet your friend, who I'm just going to call Cindy, because in my mind, they look like a Cindy. Anyway, you meet them and save them, and they watch you with your machete in one hand and machine gun in the other, just fucking tear through like pirates and people, and they freak the fuck out because being a one-person killing machine is not normal. Like, all the things that you are doing in this video game are normal for a game. But if we saw a person doing that, even somebody that we know and we care about, and someone who had come to help us, holy fuck! Like, holy fuck! The game literally puts the mirror up to you and says, hey, do you know if you did this in the reals, you wouldn't be the hero. You'd be a fucking psychopath. And I'm just like, bravo, bravo, bravo. Like, that piece of Far Cry 3's whole ass story is one of the most powerful. Because the thing is, you have Vance. Is it Vance, the villain from Far Cry 3? The good one. I might be using the wrong name, but I think you'll know who I mean. Played by that incredible actor who's in Better Call Saul. Vaas, thank you, Scotty. And Ozine, thank you. Vaas toys with you. And it isn't really until later on that you realise that Vaas sees in you of himself. And, okay, the villain projecting onto the hero is nothing new. But again, you see Vaas doing horrible things. Repeatedly. Like, there's one bit where he shoots a guy in the leg to make a point about them being the natives. Like, do you live here? Is this your home? Where are your parents from? Well, they're from here. Bam! Then you're a native. I was like, wow, okay. Vaas spends a lot of time messing with you. Not killing you outright, you know, leaving you with enough time to escape, throwing you in vicious situations. And it honestly feels like Vaas is coaching you. That they see in you that same kind of, like, unhinged killing instinct. But the thing is, your character never expresses any desire one way or t'other. They express the desire to save their friends, but like, there's nothing in the opening crawl where your guy's like, I just want to fucking kill people all day! That would be amazing! It's your actions as the player, and it's reflected. I mean, Scotty, yeah, Vaas is the tropical version of the Joker, and you play his Batman. Or Batman, if you're from the Midlands. Sorry, gotta stop making that joke. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. This is drastically different from Invisible Ink and Operation Tango. This is visual novel in its narrative, turn-based heist game in its gameplay. It is brilliantly put together, genuinely inspired. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that our conversation keeps getting better and better, I'd be playing more of it and ignoring all of you lot. Oh yeah, no, don't worry about it. You'll just entertain yourselves. I'm just going to play this game at you. I am stuck on one of the puzzles now, but that's because, once again, I keep stocking stuff into chat to everybody. Oh yeah, Batman! He's from Wolverhampton! Okay. So we can't get into Blood Office. We need to turn on the fucking truck. We can't seem to get into the cab. Oh no, yeah, Vanderbeest, yeah, play the game at you. Unless... Yeah. I thought maybe if we set it to the top one, that would somehow turn it on. I don't fucking know. Nah. But yeah. Well, that's what so Kitish, that's what I've been looking for, but we haven't seen anything. Yeah, so Scott, we got the third dial. We had to get Sally to rip it off its piece in the mechanics room. But now it's just about turning this thing on. And... I do like how a bunch of the posters are all hints. So keep calm and stay dry is all about floating. We need to float the key up through the drain. But I've been pixel hunting for a while and nothing so far. Ozine said Dreams in the Witch House had nothing to... Oh, released recently. God, I'm so behind on that. I'm told it's fucking brilliant, but I've only seen a snippet of it.
No, Batman.
No, Batman. It's Batman. Jeff Batman. Thank you for that one, Quasi. And Vanderbeest, I hope I said thank you for filling the pint glass, because I have not been good at calling out house order. And despite the fact that you all are just consistently the best. And Quasi, the Yaldum is yours. What will you do with this newfound power? Okay. Okay. Okay, so Dreams of the Witch House. Alright. Let me add that to my my grand list, if it's the game I'm thinking of. As I might have been getting it mixed up. Oh yeah, there we go. Ah, yes. Oh, but it hasn't come out yet. That's why I didn't have it on my list. We're probably going to be doing the Golden Idol soon enough. That'll probably be our next point and click. But I want to get through a few things first. Okay, so I tell you what, friends. I think we've reached a really good point. I understand I haven't done a very good job of showing you this game, but I really, really, really hope you'll fucking enjoy this, because there's something really special about this. And if this isn't your cup of tea, I completely understand. But the thing you need to take from this is the absolute economy of work. So just to put a little like bow on our conversations, each character moves between things using a transitional effect. Right? There's no consistent animation. It's just moving around. Action points as the limited number of things that you can do per turn is fucking inspired. And procedural animation on illustrations. I think, actually, I don't know if procedural animation is the right term. My brain might be leaking out my ears. But creating dynamic portraits by animating a static image in the same way that one would one of those, like, you know, talking music videos that you get on social media. Absolutely inspired. You combine that with the indie comics art style and you're just quids in. Quids in. Okay, so I think it's motion tweening. Is that the correct term? I'll ask Floydo about it after. Scotty says, yes, Sally has definitely gone Doom Guy. But what's fascinating is that Sally's facial expressions change based on how freaked out they are. But depending on how beat up they are, they're just like eye closed, bit of blood splatter, and they're like, let's fucking go! Because they feel great, even though they've taken a bunch of hits. As opposed to potentially being very healthy, but freaking the fuck out. And that bit where Gavin did horse tranquilizers and one of his eyes closed. That was brilliant. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, I'm gonna bring us out of this, but I just wanted to play some calming jams as we do credits and thank yous. But no, whether this kind of game is your jam or not, this is a really good indication of how you can do big ideas on small budgets. So, fucking yo. Okay. This has been another bloody lovely day. And I often worry that when we do these banter days that we come back around to a lot of the same kind of conversations, but I fucking love talking about them, and especially when it comes to games that make us think about things artistically and make us feel things in new and interesting ways. I love it. You know, Rishinobi, I've talked about this a bunch of times. I fucking love the idea of doing more in the hyper-realistic shooty gunbang genre. Like, Money No Question, one project that I was pitching around for ages, didn't go anywhere, is I wanted to do, like, proper realistic milsim stuff in a Final Fantasy type world. I'm talking floating balls of elemental magma. I'm talking like Tonberry style creatures and, you know, beings made of like mana and might. Like, how do you get a bunch of squaddies to take that on? I basically wanted to do dog soldiers versus, you know, dog soldiers versus magic. I think that because we are so used to firearms being a core component of video games, that we can use them to say really interesting things. And honestly, aside from Paratropic, I can't think of many times where it's been done like cleverly. And if you're wondering what's saying, so Paratropic is an indie narrative horror game where at the very beginning you are given a revolver, and it is painstakingly animated. You load every single shell into that. You can feel that kind of like that gun nut attention to detail, even though it's not like a confirmed firearm. And you know what you do with it? Nothing. You can fire it. There are times when it feels like you should, but it's just a gun. You hold it in front of you and occasionally holster it, but it doesn't serve a purpose in that way. And it serves only to embolden you. It doesn't empower you because it doesn't stop anything. It's fucking genius! I love that idea. And I'm thinking that these are going to be more viable as we move forward. One of the Humble Bundles that popped up in my feed today, where is it? Was, I believe, Unreal Assets. So let's have a look at all the bundles. So where was it? There's the books, software. Oh, here we go. Now, I don't know if this is specifically what I'm thinking of. Okay, now this seems to be more like tanks and kit. But there's a bundle on Unreal right now for $25 that contains the pieces for like a military training facility, a resistance holdout, a subway, a nondescript subway terminal. There's about 5 or 6 different either realistic or semi-realistic tanks. NPCs, military supplies and equipment. There doesn't appear to be shooty gunbangs. But sorry, my point being is that as engines like Unity and Unreal increase in prevalence, we could just buy a fucking sweet, functioning gun model with mechanics. So, let's say we want to make our little cottagecore game where you have to defend yourself against, you know, the creatures of the forest. I really want to put a very, very realistically, or a very realistic feeling firearm in there to give you that sense of grounding. The fact that we could buy that, we won't have to like model and make it ourselves, would be fucking lovely. That would be great. And yeah, I think there's a lot of untapped potential in that space. Now, the reason why people don't do it is making shooty gunbang, and making shooty gunbang that's good is fucking complicated, fucking expensive to do. One of these days, friends. One of these days. Okay, so I'm going to roll credits, and then I will find a lovely Mother Hubbard for you all to crash into, because we are spoiled. God, if we... hope to the high heavens that Jetman J is actually playing and is not about to quit and raid on us, because we're finally be able to raid Jay. Not like I've been trying for days. But failing that, there's loads of people playing loads of great games. Actually, that's a good point. The reason we didn't jump on Dead by Dragon Ball, I think, was because there was a lot of launch day problems. Because it was Dragon Ball Breakers, wasn't it? Alright, I'll have a look into it, numbers, because there was a reason we didn't immediately leap into it. Jim, you've got me! Yeah, don't want to go on those daka kill sprees. I mean, I'm kidding, friends, because, like, after all the animals are all sorted and whatnot, I'm probably going to play more single-player Tarkov. I've got the streets to explore. I have a revolver to use. It's gonna be gnarly. And yeah, Phyllis, I've played Hot Dogs and Horseshoes and a few of the other, like, Milsim VR games, and they're fascinating. Although a lot of them suffer from the fact that because there's no weight and cohesion, anything that you would have to hold with two hands doesn't work as well. But oh shit, where are my manners? Okay, so friends, the conversation has been excellent, the company has been exceptional. I might have been distracted a little bit when going through this game, but Sunday Gold's fucking great, and I hope you'll pick it up and give it a chance at some point, because it's doing something different, and that's something special. Keldra, I'm trying to focus here!
Smile.
So firstly, Jackie Foxbutt, like, I know joke style, but thank you kindly for the donations, because we use them to buy food and pay bills. To Quasi, Bacon Avenger, Erriman, Pun Spectre, Fearless Sun, and Vanderbeest, The Legend of Morad, and Clank Crusher, you know, bits mean that this keeps going, so thank you. Your moderator today was not just caffeine, but we also saw Rhymes of Moose. And to Dalzet and Bryson the Robot, thank you for celebrating your long old sub sprees. You know, I don't have a good line of banter for saying proper thank yous, but I mean it. Like, I really mean it. So, back in y'all, thank you all, alright? Now, without further ado, I'm going to pass you all over to Jetman J, because we finally, bloody finally, get to do a raid over there. So, tomorrow, Sea of Thieves. We should have the full squad. Fingers crossed, touch wood. And we're going to be tackling some of the brand... No, it's not brand new. What am I even talking about? God, why do you lot put up with me? We're going to be tackling some of the Tall Tales and getting into Mischief, and I am really excited because I saw a tiny, tiny snippet of what the Shores of Gold looks like, and I want to go there. I want to go there. I want to be there. So, don't miss tomorrow, otherwise I will be very sad. You will see a very sad me. But no, love to you all. Have a cracking rest of your evening. No, Deus, we're not doing Shores tomorrow, but we're going to be one step closer. Because we've still not even unlocked the spooky, you know... Croxy Terror! Well, at least you did it while I was here and I could say thank you, and you didn't do it, like, off-stream. Crux. I know $5 doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a fucking load to us. So, seriously, from me and all of the animals, thank you all. Alright? Right! Love you all. Have a great night. See you tomorrow for Sea of Thieves. To be continued, dear friends. To be continued.